Welcome everybody to round number 6 of the Altibox Norway chess tournament, where the plot thickens. Magnus Carlsen is in the lead with 3.5 out of 5, but there's 4 people pursuing him on 3 out of 5. MVL, Vesely Topalov and Vladimir Kramnik. That's 3 people. I'm not very good at counting, but there are still people who are close to him, and MVL has a chance to overtake him today should he beat Magnus Carlsen with the white pieces. Peter, is he going to manage?
It's very difficult to bet against Magnus in general, but MVL looked very motivated yesterday, and he is sharp enough in general to create problems for almost anybody. But I think a lot will depend on the opening, as it generally does. If MVL gets a kind of a position, it's not even about the advantage. If he gets the kind of a position he wants, some kind of a sharp battle with, threats against the kings, for instance. But you don't get those positions very often against Magnus, I think. Magnus doesn't really allow that.
No, repertoire-wise, he normally plays the Berlin or some close Spanish, and there it's very hard to get checkmated or even to have a huge tactical mess.
Yeah, and I think the chances of MVL winning this game depend largely on the outcome of the opening.
Fair enough. Let's see what else we got. We have Anish Giri against Pentala Hari Krishna. Anish with the white pieces on 50%. So is Hari after a nice win yesterday. Anish gonna be looking to press, right? He needs to win a game too.
Yeah, he needs to get back to winning ways, and yeah, he is white today, having I think using the word survived for yesterday's game is slightly unfair because he wasn't really worse for much of it, but he was at one point in danger of getting into trouble because he misplayed what looked like a completely drawn endgame. But yeah, today he is white against Hari, who. You should feel a lot more confident after yesterday, but still, Anish will try to press with white, of course. He always does.
And one could argue that Anish's schedule, obviously no disrespect meant to anybody, is getting a little easier. The last 4 games he's played MVL, Kramnik, Aronian and Magnus, while his remaining opponents are Hari Krishna, Topalov, Grandelius and Li Chao. So he's going to be looking to start scoring to join the race.
Sure, and because of the results of the Blitz tournament, it actually is kind of the same for everybody, because you get these people bunched together. You play the people who finished in plus in the Blitz tournament sort of in a row, and then you start or maybe you start with the bottom half. But in general, you do get those groups of 4-5 games bunched together, so it's not a great surprise. And for instance, Magnus. He played Giri yesterday, he's playing MVL today, and he's got Kramnik tomorrow, not tomorrow, on Wednesday. Tomorrow is the rest day. He's got Kramnik in round 7 and Aronian in round 8. So also he's sort of going through that
row.
Yeah, that phase of the tournament where you play all these people in a row.
And no big surprises in our game of the day, even though we haven't talked yet about Kramnik Aronian, which is always a worthy candidate as well. But the MVL Carlsen game starts out as a Berlin, and MVL going against current fashion castles here. Not an unknown move, but people have sort of refrained from allowing this.
Although he already had one pure Berlin in this tournament. He played it against Pavel Elyanov and was actually completely winning for a very brief moment. There was like one ply in that game during which a slight finesse would net him a full point almost certainly.
The players are blitzing towards the infamous ending. There have been some critics, somewhat tongue-in-cheek, but I'm not sure if 100% tongue-in-cheek, that have mentioned that Magnus doesn't really understand that endgame. Like Kramnik spoke about it, like that Magnus should stop going for the Berlin because he doesn't get it, especially against Caruana, who gets it. Anish Giri said the other day in the press conference, or whatever we want to call the players joining us here, that maybe if Magnus spent a year on that desert island with Kramnik, he would learn the Berlin and become unbeatable. So, as far as I know, they haven't been on that island just yet. Therefore...
Well, I mean, with Vladimir, you at least understand where he's coming from, because he does understand it. But in general, I think those are...
Are you implying Anish doesn't understand it?
No, I'm saying that sort of Vladimir I still wouldn't really say that about Magnus, but Vladimir sort of earned the right to criticize other people's burdens by virtue of more or less introducing it into top-level chess single-handedly. And it's a matter of degrees. I mean, if Vladimir says your understanding of Berlin is deficient, he's probably comparing it to his own,
Of course.
and that is a very lofty standard. But in general, I think saying that Magnus doesn't play this opening particularly well is an overstatement.
Yeah, he's pretty good at any opening. I haven't checked his results in the Berlin. It's true he's lost a game or two against Fabiano Caruana. Then again, most people have with the black pieces.
Yeah, it's not unheard of.
So today he chooses the most solid of lines there is. It's King E8. Yeah, I'm not going to go through all the options, but Magnus has been preferring setups with an early B6 in a lot of his games, but today he goes for King E8, H5, which he also has experience with, I guess, from both sides, certainly from the white side.
Yeah, he played it in the match against Vichy in Sochi, at the very least. And
exactly.
Yeah, this is like the absolute main line, I think, in terms of topical variations in the Berlin. This is what everybody has been trying to, and frankly failing to refute, this precise line, and even more so this precise position.
Yeah, they're blitzing into the main line of main lines. Bishop F4 research has shown that Bishop G5, Rook D1, all these moves don't get you very much. So this is what they try, Bishop E6, Knight G5. And here, the main reason this line is so popular is this move Rook to H6, which looks a little goofy, but no one's been able to really crack that. People have tried, but
yeah, Rook Fe1.
No big successes there. Rook Fe1, I'm guessing this is still mainstream theory.
Is this where they... No, hang on. This is not where they take and go Rook G6. This is against G3. After Rook Fe1...
I'm guessing H4 is what you're supposed to do, right? We're no Berlin experts in this booth over here, as you can see already.
Yeah.
The main line is this stuff, right?
Yeah, this is what has been discussed sort of ad nauseum. Yeah, this position after Bishop F4, Knight H4, and F3.
Rook C8 has recently also gained some following. Oh yeah, this is the main line. And here Magnus, got a little something against Vichy in one of their match games, but current thinking is that black is supposed to be fine.
Yeah, no, people have been holding these types of positions reasonably comfortably. I mean, Karyakin has a number of what looked like more or less effortless draws on the black side here, and others as well. So, will be interesting to see what happens after Rook Fe1. Yeah, I'm, my policy towards the Berlin when I'm not commentating has been, resolute non-involvement. I guess you can call it. I'm just trying not to touch it at all. So. Yeah, Rook Fe1, I'm not entirely sure what the current thinking here is. If you say it's H4, it probably is H4, but...
No, I don't know theory, but the logic behind G3 is that you sort of stop H4, because now you can go G4 without allowing H takes G en passant. So by deduction, I thought that after Rook Fe1,
no, I think
H4 is very logical to stop G4.
Another point to G3 may be that you do want to play Rook G6, H4.
Right.
So both of these two things could be an explanation for G3. Therefore, after Rook E1, another argument could be that you can play Rook G6 here, forcing White to either take or play Knight. I don't know. Knight C4 looks strange because allowing Bishop G5 doesn't seem particularly attractive. So,
yeah, the usual exchange of small subtleties. The problem here for the computer generation, where, even though I'm old, I still include myself in, is that you can't really spacebar these positions. It doesn't really help you that the computer says G3 is 0.32 and Rook Fe1 is 0.31 and Rook D2 is 0.31. You sort of have to understand what's going on.
Yeah, although I know that some people who really understand the opening are still claiming that it is possible to analyze it with the help of the machine, but you really need to give it a lot of time. I mean,
yeah, of course, but it needs some direction and deep thought.
Of course, you need to guide it, but also this position in particular perhaps requires tremendous depth before the machine can be trusted. Is what I'm trying to say.
Right. So we'll find out how that exchange of subtleties goes. Let's go through the other games very quickly. We do have Li Chao against Topalov. Li Chao, solid start. Then, he had this sort of trying to force a draw with White against Magnus Carlsen the day he didn't feel well. and lost a strange game to Harry last round. Today he's white against Topalov, who's on +1, has looked solid, hasn't lost a game, has defeated Niels in a nice game, and they're discussing one of my favorites, the whatever they call it, Moscow. Is this the Moscow? The anti-Moscow?
I always mix up Moscow and anti-Moscow, but this is, I think, the Moscow. Yeah,
I think I agree. The main move here, by far, actually, is the move e3. Looks logical enough, defending this pawn. But Li Chao went for g3, which is a sideline. It's not unheard of. People have done this. Sort of mixing the Moscow with the Catalan. Of course, the overlying debate here is white gives up his 2 bishops in return for time and the possibility to expand quickly in the center. While black, if he manages to get all his pieces out, he's supposed to be alright with the 2 bishops.
I think the plan generally here is to take on c4 and play for the e5 break, but I'm trying to figure out if you're supposed to do it immediately or wait for a move.
I used to is d takes
yeah,
c4.
that's what I think. Yeah, I used to play this quite seriously, but that was a long time ago, close to maybe 10 years ago, when this was like an integral part of my repertoire. So my knowledge here is somewhat hazy, but.
Well, the main line is d takes c, castles, and here I believe bishop e7 is the
bishop
most
e7, knight
popular
e4,
move.
bishop queen f5. Yeah, I remember something vaguely like that.
Yeah, knight e4 is a bit of a sideline. People choose here between e3, e4, and the move you mentioned, knight e4. It's supposed to be fine for black, but let's see what Li Chao has in mind. General topic is that if black goes e5, then white normally wants to be ready to meet it with d5, because else black changes the structure in his favor.
So you probably wait to play e5 until white has played e4 to at least shorten the g2 bishop considerably.
Right. e4, e5 should be fine for black.
Yeah, with the inclusion of e4, d5 is no longer that threatening, because d takes c6 is no longer really a huge problem with the bishop on g2 locked in. So yeah, black waits and then plays e5 in a better spot than.
My money would be on e3 here, intending to go queen e2.
Black needs to take on c4 first.
D2. Black already took on c4.
Has he? No.
No, I mean, in the position we have on the board.
Yeah, e3 is definitely playable. Yeah, it's supposed to be manageable for black, but yeah, this is a typical way to continue from here.
We'll find out, and let's go to Kramnik Aronian. Looks like Kramnik found a new friend in the e-pawn. He's pushed it again on the first move.
Yeah, and he is doing. This is his second white in a row, and both of them are the Joko pianos.
Yeah, it seems like he's being a little selective. You would expect him not to go e4 against MVL, who's a knight-off player, but he doesn't seem to mind to play these slow e4, e5 positions. And as he's explained yesterday, he likes being unpredictable in the opening, and he knows enough about chess that he can play e4.
Sure. So a classical Joko piano, so to speak.
But this time around, Kramnik does go for the new trendy plan, the plan with a2, a4. We've explained this on many an occasion. The old plan was to beat bishop to play bishop b3, knight b2, h3, rook e1, knight f1. That's more or less how Kramnik's game yesterday developed, even though he delayed bishop b3 a bit. But the new rage is to go a4 and keep the option open to go knight a3, knight c2, reach this e3 square one move quicker than if you go for the old way. Knight b2, rook e1, knight f1, knight e3.
Yeah, in many cases you save the tempo because you don't actually have to play rook e1 for a while. It probably ends up on e1 later in the game anyway, but that sort of half a tempo might be very useful in pushing for small edges.
And Levon, of course, had to study this line to a great extent during the candidates, where a lot of people were at least threatening to play it, and some did, Vichy amongst others. Rook to e1, and he follows, I believe, what Anish Giri did against Vichy. I'm not 100% sure if that game was with h3 or with rook e1.
I think Anish actually went knight e7 after bishop g5. I'm pretty sure that in that game knight e7 followed with the bishop already on g5, so it's a slightly different position.
I'm pretty sure you're wrong.
We'll check in a second, but
we shall.
Yeah,
anyway,
maybe I can take up the baton here whilst you check, because I remember Vichy had the option of taking on f6 and doubling the pawns. Yeah, knight e7 attempting the setup we've been discussing more or less every day, the fact that the knight on c6 is somewhat stuck in all kinds of openings, and yeah, I was wrong about that, obviously, but knight e7 here is, even before castling, I wonder whether this is to do with the ideas of bishop g5, to make bishop g5 less attractive. But anyway, Vladimir meets it by playing d3, d4, starting, at least assuming some control over the center. Straight away, black castles, not knight g6 yet, but castles first. And
what's going on, d, knight g4?
I guess, yeah. That should be the easiest solution here, recapturing the pawn next move, because the f2 is hanging. So Vladimir played h3, and this is already slightly curious to me, because I would have thought e takes, c takes, and d5 should be quite attractive here. My original idea was even to take on e4 here, but this, by that moment I realized that this doesn't actually quite work, because of rook takes e7 and you don't win the piece back. But this looks very decent, but maybe the idea is to play e5 here. I'm starting to wonder if this is why Levon didn't go for this. e5, d takes, e takes, g takes, and maybe, I don't know, bishop h6, rook e8 doesn't really look that threatening, because I have knight f5 coming.
Yeah.
It was definitely playable, I feel. I mean, there's also this kind of a structure, which Vladimir may have been quite happy to play, actually, c6, knight c3.
Yeah, this can be a little dangerous, because the bishop on a7 is not ideally placed.
Yeah, these positions are not as simple for black as they might appear, because it seems like black has established control over the all-important d5 square against the isolated on d4, but white gets a lot of activity here.
In general, what's confusing, even though this a4 stuff has been en vogue for a while, there's so many different move orders that after knight e7 in my database there's only one game between little-known players, so this is a very, very fresh position, even though I'm sure both players have seen it before. But if you navigate this territory, it's so hard to get the move orders right. Like the game we were talking about, Vichy against Giri, started knight a3 here. People often have h3 played. So it is very, very fresh territory, and after d4 castles h3, I'm not sure we have any games in that position. Let me check.
Yeah, black played knight g6 here, so maybe this transposes to more games. If you put the knight on g6 here, you could.
No,
it's still just one game, yeah. But this is, reasonably new territory, because.
And it looks very similar to that anti-Berlin line people have been playing, doesn't it?
Absolutely, yeah.
Let me see if I can get there.
You won't, because the bishop will not be on d3 in most
No, I understand
cases.
it's not the same position, but it's very, very close.
Yeah, it's bishop knight g6, rook e1, so we have more or less the same position with the pawns on a7 and a2, and the bishop on b6 and not a7, right?
Yep.
With black to move as well. Yeah, so this is very similar to something they could have looked at, but those details actually do matter, because in these positions, I remember I looked at them myself before the candidates in Khante, because there I was kind of planning to play this at least once, and I did play it against Vichy. Didn't equalize with white by move 15, was slightly worse, but yeah, I looked at this, and a4 is actually a very serious idea here for white in many variations. It's important to include a4 to distract black a little bit. So the inclusion of a4 and e6 and the fact that the bishop is already on a7 is probably in black's favor, in my opinion.
Yeah, we've seen this position in the game MVL against Kramnik. Kramnik followed up with c6 here and equalized without a lot of problems, but that's what we're dealing with these days. It's small nuances about pawn and piece placement. It's no longer let's blitz out 20 moves in a sharp position and then see who did the better homework, because margins are so small.
Yeah.
So bishop d3, what is black supposed to do?
I'm not sure. I mean, c6, rook e8 is natural, playing maybe for some d5 break in the future.
Is c6, is it a worry though that with this pawn structure you could get fixed a bit here?
It is, but I don't think it's a huge one, because I think if it's more about whether you can play d5 in a favorable setting or not, and a5 is, in that context is a bit of a wasted tempo. It is very nice if white manages to stabilize and then start playing against the somewhat weakened squares on the queen side, but it's not currently on the agenda. But yeah, c6 is maybe a bit committal. You can start with rook e8, wait for a move.
Yeah, it's also a question how white intends to follow up. He can still go for everyone's favorite knight maneuver. we've seen, has MVL played bishop e3?
No, but here I think you can take on
Here
d4.
you can just
You
take,
can take on d4 and force white to take with the bishop, and even
Takes
c5 becomes a move in many
C5.
cases. So yeah, knight move somewhere I think is likelier than bishop e3.
Knight b2, normally you want to wait with a bit, especially after you're already committed to bishop d3. Because in some lines, this knight is not very good here, especially after black takes. You'd much rather have it on c3.
Yeah, absolutely. But how many useful waiting moves does white have after rook e8 here? Queen c2 maybe, but it also looks a bit artificial.
Yeah, that's what they've been doing in the very similar position, though, which we discussed earlier. And rook e8 is on the board, so we're gonna find out what Magnus Carlsen, no, not Magnus Carlsen, what Vladimir Kramnik has in mind.
Sure.
Brief update on the other games. In the Li Chao Topalov game, I was wrong. Li Chao did go for this move knight e4, which I thought was considered to be absolutely nothing. Queen f5, knight ed2, all of this is theory. Here, black chooses between knight b6 and the immediate e5. e4 is on the board.
I'm trying to remember what it says here, because I think you're even supposed to go queen e6, but maybe there are other moves as well.
You could go back to f6.
But then after knight takes e4, ed4, there is e5, and this could maybe become somewhat attractive for white. Even this is not that clear. Queen e6, queen takes d4, castles. But it seems like white maybe has achieved something. Rook c1 is a move, as you correctly point out, creating threats of knight takes d4. So queen e6, I'm trying to remember if this is the position where they go d5. There are some lines where
Looks
d5,
like the critical move for sure.
d5 is possible, but here it doesn't seem like white is fast enough. I take twice, and you kind of need the rook already to be on e1, because if you play rook e1 here, I can play something like queen c5 perhaps. Although rook c1 could still be interesting.
Yeah.
Or queen e6 maybe here.
Yeah.
Queen e6, knight d4. I mean, there are jumps. This could be where this is headed, because if after queen e6, just to point out, if after queen e6 white goes for to recapture the pawn by d5, knight takes, queen e5, knight c4, black is tremendously comfortable here.
Black is slightly better.
Yeah, it's just structurally white is in a lot of danger here. If black develops completely and white doesn't manage to create any problems, bishop e6, rook a d8, castles short, yeah, black is better.
No.
So queen e6, yeah, I have a suspicion
you could
it's
argue about rook e1 maybe to
maybe
prepare
rook
this d5
e1,
move.
yeah, maybe rook e1 or d5, or I mean rook c1 already looks a bit slow, to be honest, but yeah, we'll see. Queen e6 actually has been played, but there are two games we haven't even touched yet at all, so we should perhaps visit those for a second. Whoa,
Very French.
a very funky position.
I don't mean MVL, and Giri against Hari Krishna. Well, but Hari has been employing the French quite a bit in this tournament already. Got a nice position against Niels. And I'm not the biggest of experts here. I know this plan is a little fashionable, this b6, just stopping white from doing his standard stuff, d takes c5, because now you can go bc. But I know zero details, so you know anything about this?
I'm not up to date on this. I always considered. I mean, my biggest problem when I was playing this as white was frankly the main lines. Generally, I would only get this against one opponent. I played a number of games in this type of French against Alexander Morozevich, and he also dabbled in all these bishop b7, b6 lines, but he mainly played the absolute main lines: knight c6, cd4, bishop c5, castles, just to demonstrate. This is what they generally do here. Takes, bishop c5, queen g2, castles long, and a6. And yeah, this position has been a topic of discussions for many years, and very interesting position to analyze, very complicated. I don't think there's actually a consensus yet as to what white should be doing. I think queen f2 is currently the most fashionable reply, but...
And they're trying some moves instead of long castles, I can't remember anything. Immediate queen f2 or check 3.
Yeah, there's all kinds of moves here, but yeah, this is what if I have an area of quote unquote knowledge here, this is that. And the lines with b6, yeah, I'm not entirely sure about, and I quite like what Anish is doing. He went for the immediate strengthening of the center by knight g1. This looks weird, but it's somewhat misplaced on c3 here. It doesn't really have much future apart from maybe supporting f5 breaks by putting pressure on the d5 pawn, but that is some way away in the future still. I mean, f5 makes your center a lot weaker.
So he's preparing c3.
Yeah, Harry played a5, which is also very sensible, preparing bishop a6, also gaining some space on the queen side. A4 I'm less sure about, but I guess the point of a4 is that you want to wait for a move, and it seems like white will at some point have to develop the bishop on f1, and he can play bishop a6 then to at least, you know, if white takes on a6, he will do that in two moves instead of one. And bishop d3 has been played by Anish. Bishop a6 is by far the most natural response to it.
Yeah, to me this stuff is always confusing, because normally my simplistic understanding was always if black manages to exchange these light square bishops, he has to be fine, it's his dark square bishop. But it seems like the control of the center and the extra space does matter either way. We see that in a number of Caro-Kann lines and in a number of these lines as well. So the current thinking is that white is supposed to be a bit better in such a structure?
I would think that to begin with, white enjoys a slight pull here, but it's playable for black. It's not going to be tragic at all. There's also maybe a plan of playing a3, maybe without bishop a6, maybe especially if the bishop goes to c2 or b1, but I don't think it will. Like a3, b3 probably takes and knight c6, knight b4. Sort of establishing this b4 square for the knight, but I think it's slow, like rook c1 even maybe, to create the square on b1 and not lock in your own rook. Knight b4, bishop b1. Bishop a6 does prevent the white from castling. In bishop b4, knight c3, it didn't really seem to me like I should be much worried about this. Even taking maybe here. Takes, castles, prepare queen d3, and then the knight will unpin itself. And a3 is very committal because you take some squares away from your own counterplay. So it's an idea, but I'm not sure it's a good one.
Is it fair to say that Harry is not spoiled by the super tournament scene yet? So he doesn't play the Berlin like everybody else, but he goes for these slightly unbalanced, maybe even slightly dubious positions, which you need to play in open tournaments or league matches to defeat the weaker opponents he's normally dealing with.
Yeah, I think it's a fair point. Yeah, I don't think his repertoire is sort of specifically aimed exclusively at that, but he's been choosing openings with that in mind at least. Yeah, and
it's also hard if you aren't a regular in the super tournament scene to reinvent your repertoire, because everybody else is like 5 years ahead of you in Berlin studies.
Yeah.
So you can't just switch to more quote-unquote solid openings. You have to do what you're most comfortable with. Let's see how it holds up for him here.
And the last game of the round is the game between Pavel Elyanov and Niels Grandelius, which is, you know, this is a slab line of the Grunfeld I haven't seen in a long time.
This is, yeah, something I've been curious about, because like 10-15 years ago when I played a bit of Grunfeld, these lines were supposed to be fine for black, but recently you don't see people taking on c4 much. Pretty much everybody has shifted to playing c6.
I think it's more about the way, about the fact that c6 has been doing tremendously well, and even getting close to advantage there has been problematic for white. So.
But once again, you could make the same point that c6 is sort of a super tournament move where you're not afraid of your opponent sort of, playing something very boring.
Sure.
While dc4 is a lot more combative, leads to a different structure.
Yeah, but there is actually there are strategic risks here which you need to be aware of. The structure is much less balanced, and you will on occasion win games with black here, and I have, but I think I stopped playing that line in the late 90s maybe. I lost a very important game in that precise line in the World Cup in Las Vegas in '99 against Kirill Georgiev, who was, I think, one of the better players from the white side in these types of structures and in G3 Grunfelds in general, and that kind of discouraged me from going there again.
Yeah, this line is an old battlefield for Karpov and Kasparov, for example.
Yeah.
They've had a couple of games here, and later some people followed Kasparov's lead. Like I remember Leko playing stuff like this, but I haven't seen it around at the highest level, or regularly at least, for maybe 10 years.
I'm trying to figure out if this is the position where e5 is possible. I have a feeling that after bishop b2, because there are subtleties here. Sometimes they start with queen e2.
They normally do it?
Yeah, but Pavel starts with bishop b2, and I have a feeling e5 is actually a move here. I'm not sure if it's a good move, but I have a feeling it's a possible move here.
If I take it,
Takes on knight g4. This is kind of the point, because you put the bishop on b2 and the pawn on e3 is no longer protected. So there is this tactic which e6 just bishop takes. Yeah, I'm not worried. Yeah. So it seems to me that maybe even Kasparov played it once. I'm pretty sure that this move exists, but as I said,
but does it threaten anything? If I do this, for example, you just take everything. Yeah?
I'm not sure what I'm supposed to. Yeah, because if
This
I
looks
take,
pleasant for
yeah, this looks fantastic for white. No, I think you go, you probably go e4 here,
Yeah, I've seen something like that.
like bishop e6 maybe.
6, I wish we have 5 for it.
Yeah, these are very sharp positions. I mean, they're sharper than usual for the g3 Grunfeld. And Niels made a move which is very natural instead, bishop f5. But after knight g2 here, you can immediately see what white's plans are. I think knight g2 in particular allows us to illustrate the underlying ideas very, very neatly. Because white wants to play knight b3 and more or less force black, or at least try to force black to take on d4, I think. And if black does take on d4, the opening of the c-file is generally considered to be in white's favor. Rook goes to c1, one knight to c5, another to c4, as Jan is illustrating. And yeah, this type of structure, it looks fine for black at first glance, but it can get very, very unpleasant very easily if black is not careful. So
Yeah. No, I'm also not booked up enough here. It could be that you're right, that after bishop b2 you're supposed to go e5, because I know that when they start with queen e2, then there is a line like this and black goes queen b6 to, first of all, stop this maneuver and also getting ready to put the queen here.
yeah,
To sort of pin white. So it looks like Pavel's move order stopped that, because now queen b6 makes very little sense.
Yeah,
It runs into either knight c4 or knight b3.
Even knight b3 once again seems to be quite decent here. So yeah, I'm curious as to whether Pavel managed to triangulate Niels there a little bit with this move order. If you play e5 here, I think d5 might be very strong. And e4, this wins a piece, I think. And if the knight goes, we play c4, and we've established a structure which
Yeah, you don't want this.
you probably don't. Yeah, especially because the pawn is not even on e4 yet, which gives white additional freedom to play. Because
Yeah, sometimes with the pawn on e4 you can defend something like this, but here it just looks bad, I believe.
yeah, I wouldn't be particularly happy with here with black, but maybe you could still consider this. The more I look at this position, the more I think it could be playable, because the knight gets to d6 very fast, which is
Can I stop it?
I take. I don't really need this bishop. In fact, I'm kind of happy to get rid of it. And even e4 maybe. Now this is a kind of a position I wouldn't mind having with black here, but
I don't trust it. Might be, yeah, maybe you have to refine, maybe even g4 or something inside as a move.
G4 is definitely a move here, followed by knight e4, but it becomes concrete, and if black manages to sort of not lose immediately, because the pawn on c5 is hanging, d5, d6 might be a threat. But if none of these things actually decide the game there and then, structurally black might not be doing that badly.
Also, f4 looks unpleasant. No?
Sure. No, I mean it's risky, but it's a consideration, let's put it like this. e5 is a move black generally considers in almost every position here, although
Also, what else, right?
well,
Queen maneuvers are normal, but they don't look very tempting here.
you can play rook c8, and if white does what I've described, like knight b3, you can maybe take, play bishop e4, and claim that it's not that bad if the bishops come off. But
There's also lines like this, right, where white just tries to expand immediately.
bishop g4, f3. Yeah, you need to calculate c takes d4. Now, if you allow this, you're
Exactly.
yeah, you're almost lost. I think you need to try and make this work, but it might not work actually. Takes bishop c3. I don't really see how black recaptures any of the sacrifice material.
Yeah, and if you have to go for this, at least you're conceding lots of space.
No, this is just wrong, I think. c4 next move. White
c4.
gets such a dream center here that once again you are kind of if knight takes d5 or knight takes e4 doesn't work here, and I can't really make either of them work, at least at first glance. You are, it's harsh, but I would say you're close to lost, to be honest. You can't play these positions without the center at all.
But then rook c8, e4 is a pawn, right?
I think it is, yeah. And Niels played queen c8, which is a curious choice, but an understandable one. At least he's preparing to meet white's expansion in the center by bishop h3.
Does White take a time out here to
He
keep
could,
his
yeah,
bishop?
he could. It's not unreasonable. But at least if you include rook e1, bishop h3, bishop h1, e4 is no longer a tempo, so it becomes slightly easier for black. Rook d8,
Well,
maybe.
I went for this subline.
MVL is telling us stuff.
Because it's not being played very often. In the hope that Magnus doesn't remember exactly what to do here, so he spent some time already, so he's trying to remember and maybe successfully or unsuccessfully, I don't know. Oh, he's just trying to come up with this just as some moves, because he obviously knows his position, but he could have well just not that he won't remember things, and yeah, you have to be precise here with black. I mean, if he finds a few precise moves, of course, I'm not going to get much, and well, at some point, I'm a pawn down, so I should also think about safety in case he...
We're assuming you can hear what he's saying. If you can't, dead air is a bit annoying, and we'll tell you what he said in a second.
In the center, so we'll see how things go. I mean, it could get really quite sharp in the next few moves, and depending on how things go in the next few moves, I could be either quite optimistic or just, searching for equality, or so to speak. So yeah, just the next few moves will be decisive, but this is very general because it's always the case. But yeah, I have this feeling.
Yeah, we don't know exactly when this was recorded, and once again, we're proceeding under the assumption that you could hear, perhaps not at full volume, what MVL was saying there, but he probably went into the confessional somewhere around 97 f3, I would guess. And yeah, this is still theory. We should have remembered bishop b4 is the main line, because once I saw it on the board, I remember there's plenty of games after rook f1, bishop b4. So his point was that with precise knowledge, black holds here. He pretty much said that outright. But precise knowledge is required not to land in some kind of a slightly worse position.
I think what he's doing is, what we call a semi-bluff. He's playing a line where he knows if black finds 5 exact moves, it's supposed to end in a draw. While if black doesn't, he can get in trouble. So it's in a way a practical choice. Of course, a draw is not the end of the world against Magnus, and if Magnus doesn't recall details here, he could end up in trouble.
Yeah, but it seems that Magnus, he didn't take too much time to take on c3 and a2, so I guess he just reacquainted himself with what his analysis says here, and is now reasonably confident this is what he should be doing. It does get very, very sharp here. We checked what the machine says a little bit, because in these positions, in order to make some sense, it's useful to have some bearing on the machine suggestion. Machine says it's completely equal, but gives rather wild variations to support that claim.
Yes.
Yeah, it starts seemingly with knight e4 and e6, bishop takes e7, and white is a pawn down, but has tremendous piece activity for now, and threats. I mean, in the position that Jan has on the board right now, c4 followed by either knight c5 or knight g5 will be very, very dangerous for black. So, yeah, curious line, and will be interesting to see whether their analysis agrees with each other, because in many of these positions you get the feeling that both sides may have looked at exactly the same lines.
Of course. And yeah, this is a position where what I said earlier is that computers aren't really a big help because they don't understand the Berlin no longer holds true. This is a very sharp position, and computers will be close to perfect here.
Yeah, this is definitely an endgame where you can and should trust the recommendations of our friends.
And MVL, he likes working with computers, right?
Yeah, I think
so. He's probably trying to stir it into some slightly more concrete territory.
Sure. And he is currently thinking, so it's on him to remember what the notes say. I'm not sure if bishop c3, bishop a2 is supposed to be the main line here.
Maybe he's still confessing.
I don't think they would have cut him off if he was still confessing, so...
No, it was getting a little repetitive there. Just saying.
Yeah. let's criticize people's confessional style.
Of course. So e6 or knight e4, possibly transposed to each other. But e6, it looks like, once again, now I'm computer cruising, that gives black some more options here.
Yeah, I don't think
like
allowing rook g6 is particularly smart. If you want to play knight e4 anyway, you should probably start by knight e4, because if you play rook g6 here, I think the problem is king f2, rook h1 could be an idea here for white. Although rook d8, I don't know.
maybe check at some point.
Rook a1, rook a1, a7 becomes an idea here. So yeah, this could be quite nice for white. And with the rook somewhat stuck on g6, you know, it's not ideal for black in general.
No. So I think 4 rook somewhere on the h file.
Yeah, rook probably goes back, and then you play e6 and bishop takes c7, and it becomes very, very concrete. So we'll see if this is actually the way the game will develop. But
I have a feeling it is. We'll keep you posted. For now, it's a theory battle, which I guess MVL is happy with, but the price you pay with theory battles is that if black finds his way, the game can peter out very, very quickly. This game is not going to peter out anytime soon. Knight c6 has been played. Well, bishop a6, castles knight c6, takes an f5, very direct.
Yeah, very direct, because in many cases, I think in these positions, if black is... Yeah, I think you do. What I wanted to say is, if you pass for another move, black might play f5 himself. Like if you play something like knight f2, first and foremost, you're not even sure the knight belongs on f2. But there's also, at least as a possibility, there's a chance for black to close down the king side completely. So you can also just continue playing on the queen side here with b5, b4, which is generally what black will be doing in these types of positions, because he has some spatial advantage on the queen side, and he wants to undermine the pawn chain there. And knight b6, c4 becomes an option in some positions as well. So yeah, f5 is very, very concrete. Arguably, black, in some cases, black can actually ignore this, but allowing f6 is not for the for the faint-hearted. Like if you play something like b6, b5 here, just pretending nothing is happening on the king side, with the pieces where they are, f6, bishop h6 doesn't really seem to win. You can play rook e8, and in many cases this will hold, but it's definitely a risk.
Looks scary.
Yeah, it always does, because let's say e takes f6, bishop takes, knight f2 or e3 goes to g4. You can get mated incredibly fast here. So I'd be surprised if Harry allowed this. I mean, it feels like it's a little bit hardcore, a little bit too much hardcore, frankly, here for comfort.
Yeah, and if ef, white can win the pawn back directly with queen
I think he
d3,
should, because
I saw the computer earlier was cheating a bit as usual, and the computer really likes this move, intending to use the knight, which I wouldn't put it beyond Anish to still be in book here, by the way.
Yeah, it's not totally out of question, although the line Harry is playing is a little bit of a sideline.
So he's blitzed out f5. Like, do you do that if you don't know this? I'm not sure.
Well, it's the most principled move. You might, seeing as this is not actually a pawn sacrifice, and you can always play queen d3 if bishop f2 doesn't exist. I mean, you play queen d3, you win it back, and you've actually achieved something, because you've livened up the structure. Your bishop on e3 is no longer dead. You have the potential g5 jumps, either with the bishop or with the knight once you recapture on g5, f5. So it's possible to play f5 fast even without home preparation, because it is a move you want to make. But yeah, with Anish you never know. Anish is very capable of still being.
Chess.
Yeah, he has spent 20 minutes by now, I think, though. So this, I think, lessens the likelihood of this still being home prep, because.
I don't know. If it's less than half an hour, I don't trust anybody, because people like these strategic pauses, or also to refamiliarize themselves with what's going on. But yeah, the only way to find out is to ask them after the game.
Yeah, and in the Kramnik-Aronian game, things have sharpened up considerably. Vladimir did play queen c2, which is, as we suggested, maybe the only sensible waiting move white has, which doesn't involve developing the b1 knight. White protects the pawn on e4, overprotects. And the point is you can play bishop e3 next, which is what Vladimir has done after bishop d7.
Bishop d7 is Slightly non-standard move, right?
Well, you develop a piece and you wait. It's black is also not really suffering from, it's not an embarrassment of riches for black. You can play h6, you can play c6, but in terms of improving the position of your pieces, bishop d7 is more or less the only move that makes sense. I mean, bishop e6 is possible, but you don't actually want to occupy the e file, I think, because it lessens the impact of your potential d5 breaks. Yeah, and this is what happened in the game. Bishop e3. Now white is ready to play knight bd2, but Levon is also ready to meet it, and he played g5 here. And this becomes very concrete.
DE.
I think we take on e5.
Because knight e4, it doesn't really look like there's much.
Although, yeah,
there,
this could be playable as well, but it's a pawn sacrifice. But there's bishop. This could actually be a justification for bishop d7. Bishop c6 next move.
Could work.
Queen takes.
I was thinking about rook takes and rook d4, but it looks
But then
artificial.
queen e7 and the pawn on e5 falls in
Queen
here.
e3, yeah.
But I think I can take on f3 here. This might be the reason Lev is doing this. Queen a7, queen g5 is probably lost for white. Oh, hang on, there's knight d2 next, yeah? So, knight f4. It's very scary.
Yep.
Or other moves as well. I mean, this is not at all an only move for white. Because here there's queen e3 and king f1, and I'm not sure this is so good. Maybe even something slow like h5, g3, h5. Because queen e3, rook e5 is very strong. Could be...
Certainly looks dangerous.
Yeah, this is not a position you enter lightly. And Vladimir actually has already replied to d5. I was about to say that white probably is not developed enough to take anything in the center at all and should just play knight bg2, protecting the pawn on e4 and giving black the opportunity to trade two pawn pairs. But white is just continuing to develop his pieces and is quite happy with all this.
Yeah, might also bring back unpleasant memories for Kramnik, because he lost the game to Magnus Carlsen in sort of a similar structure where he just played d5 and Magnus just ignored it with knight bd2, developed a small initiative, so the themes are not unknown to Kramnik.
Yeah, there are very few themes, I think, in general, which are completely unknown to him. But this, yeah, he had occasion to experience on the wrong side of it. Yeah, I'm curious. Yeah, let's revisit this, because this got very sharp very fast, actually. Might still be theory, though.
e4, queen e6, rook c1 was
Yeah,
played.
we mentioned rook c1 as one of the possibilities here. Veselin protected the pawn on c4, which is also very natural.
Especially now that this bishop is sort of self-blocked by the pawn on e4.
And if white plays d5, black can more or less ignore it. Let's say take and queen somewhere is one possibility. Also
Maybe
just playing queen d6 here is possible as well. And Li Chao played b3, and Li Chao does that. Yeah, we can be pretty confident Li Chao is still in his home preparation, because I think he spent about 5 minutes up to now, and those could have been a smoking break.
Yeah, you don't go for such a position and blitz out b3 if you haven't checked it at home normally.
Yeah, Veselin is, I think, below an hour already, so...
Well, he's the ambushed side. I don't think he repeated these g3 lines maybe for years, because no one really does those. This can be dangerous if you don't.
Yeah, if you're not sure what you're doing, this is a position where you could go badly wrong. For instance, if you take on d4 here and play queen f6, which is, I thought this might be decent, but knight takes c6 looks very strong. Also e5, but knight takes c6 in particular. Queen c6, e5, this might just win. So there are definitely pitfalls here for black, which could make his life very uncomfortable if he is not precise.
So what should he do?
Well, you could try and improve on that line, but yeah, I wanted to go castles bc takes d4, but it's the same actually. I will take on d4 and take on c6 next move wherever you place your queen. d6, f6, yeah, it doesn't matter.
I'd be tempted to castle and just recapture.
Yeah, but that I think is... there's bishop a6 now.
Yes.
But hang on, knight c4, d5 maybe.
Okay.
Takes, queen f6, I suppose, d6. Could be incredibly awkward, actually.
Could be troubles, yeah.
Yeah, if you have to play bishop d8, you might be lost. You know, rook e1, queen a4. There's plenty of moves there which look very threatening.
Takes doesn't look like it's fully
Yeah.
enough either. Like,
No, I think even taking with the
Even
queen.
queen takes.
Yeah, I think the endgame is also very, very bad here. Takes, bishop takes in the end, and rook c7 is hard to stop. So sometimes these endgames are fine, but it's only when the side with the rook against pieces is active, and here actually the pieces are still very active. So no, there's no immediate solution to the question asked of Vesselin here. He will have to think, and he has been thinking for some time now.
if we just take the pawn.
Yeah, this is obviously a possibility. I guess. I'm not sure.
D5 is a move.
D5 is one possibility. Somewhat surprisingly, queen takes b3 might not be ridiculous.
Maybe.
Because I will have knight a5 to meet bishop b7, and if you do take on b3. So you will have to play something else. And I mean, the pawn on c6 will fall, is what I'm saying. You might play a5, a4 here and claim you're okay, but it becomes very concrete. It's not utterly preposterous to play like this for white, even though you sacrifice the pawn and you normally don't want to immediately trade queens after having done that. But actually, I kind of like a5 and nothing else here.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, it might be okay though. I don't know, d5 maybe, but then maybe you can play bishop b7 now. That's one way of dealing with this. Knight bd4 and knight c5 or rook c8. I don't know. Knight c5, knight f5 though. Rook c8, bishop h3 could still be very troublesome. And Vesselin finally settled on a move, and he played c3. This is, well, a way to make the structure slightly calmer, let's put it like this. But it is, he immediately returns the pawn, and bishop b7 or castles, what would you play here? I think
First
those.
instinct is bishop b7 because I'm still worried about d5.
Yeah, d5 looks, potentially devastating here. So bishop b7, but once again, my first instinct with white here is to try and sacrifice something. And
But how?
d5 rook c7 was my first idea, but I can't refute rook b8 and maybe even queen b6. Queen b6 I can take on d7, take on e5. This I'm not so unhappy about, even though I'm not sure this is so great, but at least, the king on e8 will not be able to castle. I think this is enough, right, for at least enough compensation. But rook b8 I haven't been able to refute yet.
Maybe there is no refutation.
Sure, no, I'm ad-libbing here. I've no real idea as to what's going on, so don't. Hang on, c3? Can we start with d5?
Yeah. That's a question.
Takes. The question is, can black take? Yeah, if this is possible, then maybe it's not so attractive. But still, let's say we go knight h4.
Even rook c3 could be.
Rook c3. Yeah, actually, even rook c3.
Knight h4, I'm not sure, but
Bishop
I have
a8.
a feeling that such a position can't be too bad. Like whatever, castles or even
Yeah,
bishop h4.
Yeah, even bishop h4 maybe, but yeah, castles. It depends on whether the pawn on d2 survives, but.
Well, this looks playable to me.
So what happens if we take on c3? And Li Chao decided not to do that, so that becomes academic, but I think it may have been interesting.
Yeah, especially this. I mean, there might not be anything drastic happening, but
Like rook b8, but after rook b8 you feel, like rook e1 for instance, or knight h4 actually. Knight h4 planning to play knight f5 almost against anything, and it's not that easy to meet. Rook c6 here. This already is probably lost for black, to be honest. So you probably have to play queen d4, and then even rook c8, knight f5 is very interesting. Might be quite good actually. Wouldn't be at all surprised if this was playable for white. It looks very interesting for white, no? Total domination on the white squares. No really good squares for that queen. I'd be extremely interested in this if I were white in this position.
Yeah, curious why he discarded it so quickly. Could be that he's still following preparation, so
maybe
you don't think about such stuff.
Maybe you still know, but yeah, I was wondering about that because it's definitely a possibility. But maybe the reason is d5 you can play queen d6. Rook takes c3, c5 maybe is what he didn't like.
That looks playable. Yeah.
Because if black solves his immediate problems, doesn't, I don't know, lose the pawn on b5 in 3 moves, which looks very reasonable to assume he doesn't, then structurally I think with the bishop on g2, you play bishop h3 here though immediately, I think. But yeah, it's a playable position for black.
So Lichau took, Veselin is taking another thinking break. Bishop e7 looks normal to cover c6 and stop d5 ideas.
Yeah, you could also maybe try and castle and pretend d5 is not really a huge threat, but
isn't it?
I'm not sure. Takes. I wondered if you could take, but you can't because queen d4, knight f5, right?
Yeah, I thought just 91.
91 also wins a whole rook seemingly immediately, yes. So. Yeah, this is strong. Queen g6?
Yeah, it feels very, very shaky.
Yeah, I'd be worried if I were.
d6 bishop takes is
but
nothing.
rook c6 feels strong, yeah. No, I mean even immediately.
Yeah.
Even immediately, followed by d6.
Nah, it looks bad.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean,
so yeah, I think you should go bishop b7 just to stop this.
Yeah, I'd be worried about castles d5.
Yeah, of course. Has Magnus made any moves? No, 94.
94 has been played.
Yeah,
and he's still thinking.
Rook g6, rook h8, or rook h3. The computer wanted this, but I couldn't understand what the point would be of provoking king g2. So
maybe something happens with check somewhere. Maybe in some variations the bishop on f4 will be hanging with check or something. That's the only explanation I can come up with, but obviously not immediately. And Veselin does play bishop b7 just briefly, so that we can feel somewhat vindicated. And very interesting on the top board there. I mean, the top board as in the upmost board in our viewer. Harry does ignore f5. So f6 is definitely an option here. Maybe he wants to take on f6 and take on e5.
Very scary. Maybe he's trying to provoke Anish into a sacrificial attack, which might not be Anish's main forte or comfort zone.
But I had occasion to sort of look at what Anish has been doing in the past few years when I was preparing for the candidates, and I think it's more a question of repertoire than anything else, because.
But wasn't your game in the candidates the prime example that he's not so comfortable in this, like the game which you won with black?
It's hard to imagine how I could win a game against Anish in the candidates.
Ah, sorry, I didn't mean the candidates, I meant the World Cup, sorry.
Yeah, the World Cup maybe, but he didn't really have a direct attack there. He was looking for a direct attack, and maybe it wasn't that easy to find. But in general, I mean, he's won some very, very nice sacrificial games in weird openings. Like there's a fantastic game of his in some kind of a. He played a line against a Slav where he kept the pawn on g2, castled queenside against the very typical Slav setup. Then played rook g1, g4, g5. Yeah, no, I think as with all top players, you just assume he doesn't really like giving mate because he doesn't get many opportunities to give mate. But if you do give him an opportunity, he will attack precisely and energetically, and yeah, I don't think he will have trouble switching to that mode. Also, f6 is just incredibly attractive at first glance. I don't know. I honestly think taking on e5 might be the best move there. Like f6 you take, and here I think you take on e5. Because those other lines where the knight was arriving on g4, I think those could be just outright bad. You have to take with the bishop, unfortunately, otherwise you get mated immediately. And once this knight lands on g4, I mean, We've sacrificed one pawn for this.
No, it looks horrible for black.
I mean, 2 or 3, I'd still consider this for white, but for one pawn, I find it very, very hard to believe this is not crushing.
So what's going on here?
I'm not sure. Let's... there's all kinds of moves. You can play queen e1, you can play... But after bishop f6, I still don't seem to be winning this pawn on f5 anyway, so... If we take on f8, he probably takes with the queen, right? No, not here. I don't think we need to include this if we don't win the pawn. He probably takes with the queen, I guess, because allowing knight g5 seems strange. I mean, there's still knight g5 here, but you take, you play queen g7, and you're doing okay, I think, because there are no checks anymore. The knight on g1 is somewhat out of play, and if we... Yeah, I'm not sure. It's a very tricky position. Can we do something here?
Oh no, I'm trying to find some trick, but I can't really get anywhere.
I don't know, start knight, I don't know, c for instance, yeah. And now knight d, let's try. Because I mean, if it lands on g6, yeah, you have queen f2. But even if you win the c5 pawn, the compensation was still the triple, like king g7, queen c5, queen b6. I take black. Yeah, I mean, in an endgame like this, I just take black.
Yeah, black's fine.
I think black is never worse and will sometimes be better. And Anish actually doesn't spend too much time to reject this.
I played fe and queen e2.
This is curious, because...
he's attacking this pawn, of course.
well, he's making it slightly awkward for black to make moves and also improving the position of the queen a little bit, maybe... I wanted to say stopping the exchange on the sacrifice on f3 after knight f2, but I'm not sure if that was actually a concern. Yeah, I don't know.
Okay, queen b6 goes too far away from the king side.
This suddenly looks very, very comfortable for black, to be honest. Even c4. White probably has to play a3. You play queen e8. Put it on g6. And
is it so comfortable? I'm not sure.
yeah, I think it's...
We'll get here.
Yeah, but... yeah, that is true. That is true. If I can't stop that, I might regret that decision.
Yeah, it
Okay.
reminds me of these Slav positions where it feels like everything's fine for black there. Normally it's even a pawn on g6, but somehow white has these slow maneuvers and it's still not so easy.
Okay, so let's not play c4. c4, of course, is a concession.
Yeah, I'm not sure if I like queen b6 because we're sort of abandoning the king side.
It's a move, yeah, but
This feels a little clumsy. I don't know, even just knight f2.
knight f2, but yeah, rook. Let's say rook a8. Might even go via d3 to make it slightly more uncomfortable.
Yeah, exactly. I don't know. I'm still a little worried here. I mean, you can maybe play some.
That is very
passive
slow,
stuff,
though.
but
Yeah. Yeah, you would like to start some immediate counterplay, but it's unclear how you can go about that. In the current position after queen e2, can we... Nah. Even knowing those are not my pawns, I'm still struggling to convince myself I can do something like cd4, knight b6, or knight a5. It's just never fast enough. Queen c8, but yeah, it's just not gonna work. I mean, if you give me another 3 tempi, it will work, but it's probably not gonna happen.
So a bit of a decision for Harry here. Rook a5, rook b6, queen b8, those are all legal moves, but it's not obvious.
Actually, maybe rook b6. With the idea of playing b4 and at least opening something immediately, so
Yeah,
that...
but is b4 a threat? I'm not sure,
I
but
wouldn't
you have to consider c4.
No, here I think you feel fine about this, because you take on d4, and you take on d4 again, I think, and go bishop c5. Although rook d1, yeah, maybe I'm underestimating the dangers of this position. Yeah. Once again, a kind of a sane choice from Anish, but not a harmless choice. This is not this is not him, checking out. We were actually unable to break down this idea of GF and FE.
Let's briefly get computer help, what the computer thinks about this f6 stuff. For starters, after GF, the computer wants EF, but he thinks black is fine. And bishop h6, yeah, FE is fine for black, apparently.
Yeah, more than fine. It actually likes black here, which is somewhat unsurprising because we also started liking black after a while.
Yeah, if you get 2 pawns for the exchange, that's not a material disadvantage at all.
No, it wasn't really about material. I was looking for a way to continue attacking, but it seems like you need to switch to picking up material and then defending, and that's not fun.
So FE, queen e2 on the board. Computer thinks black is fine, but it always does in these structures. I think it's a bit like old school me. It thinks if you have the right bishop for the structure, you're automatically fine. But these long-term plans, I'm not so sure. I'd take white here.
Yeah, it's curious that it feels b4 has to be stopped immediately, like after queen b6. It seems to favor playing a3 preemptively, which I think is
okay. The point is, if I read my system correctly, you're supposed to attack at the base of the pawn chain, yeah? This
sure.
a3, b3, b4.
No, but here, it's not really about it's all about the base. But here the point is you can't play c4 because d4 is underprotected. Yeah. It's all about that base.
And queen b6 is on the board. Yeah, that's the most natural move. Let's see if Anish goes a3. It's very much in his style to take another time out to stop black from shenanigans.
And here also it might be kind of required because this break with a3 and b4, it seems to cause real issues for white there. So yeah, but after a3, black gets a very important tempo to start doing something on the queen side.
Also, a3 is not always great. Like if this knight arrives here, you might regret it.
Yeah, the c4 square for this c6 knight is a huge improvement, obviously, and generally you will need to start something on the king side because otherwise you might actually get slowly ground down on the other side of the board.
Yeah, I'm very sad with the way this game is going because I had a lot of material prepared for Anish taking the initiative, we've mentioned that one, and then his opponent committing harigiri, but it doesn't look like it's going to happen. I think now Hari is pretty much comfortable. I know I said the opposite thing like 10 seconds ago, but that's before I spotted this a3 and b4 plan, which is very annoying.
Yeah, in this particular position, again, it just seems to immediately force white to switch to the defensive and to the defense. And that is a big deal.
So we'll see how that one goes. Yeah, gonna be very interesting to hear what the players thought about all this stuff. Yeah, let's check back in with Nielsy Boy.
Yeah, Nielsy Boy is gonna be playing one of those structures. Actually, I'm curious. I mean, he allowed e4 by design, but it's because the bishops will come off anyway. Why do you provoke f3?
I'm always curious about that, because my understanding is if these bishops are exchanged, the pawn is better on f3 than on f2.
Yeah, it's a useful half tempo because knight g4 is no longer a jump. The pawn on e4 is always overprotected. Just d5 c4 here, for instance. Although maybe there will be tactics there. You can play d5, but you can't actually play c4. No, knight a5 probably, I guess. And here you take on d5, and there are forks.
Ah, that's the point.
Yeah, that is very much the point here.
That explains it. Even though this position, you still take white after a non-blunder, like whatever, knight b3. Here he wants to take and lure the queen here.
Yeah, but also some kind of a quiet move like queen e2, preparing c4 next move, or this. Yeah, this looks very, very decent.
Yeah, it's nice for white.
Yeah, I think Pavel will be very, very happy with the outcome of the opening after this, and it really does feel to me like bishop f5, natural as it looks, may have been a slight inaccuracy.
Yeah, and also as we mentioned, there's probably reasons why these lines are slightly out of fashion anyway. Normally it's not just a fashion thing, but especially now people just play what is best very often.
Yeah.
Or at least according to current understanding. MVL pushed his e-pawn, no surprises there. This is the line we've mentioned earlier, rook h8, after some thought by Magnus, he played probably the best move, rook back to h8, and white has to act. e6 is the way to go about it. Knight d6 just helps black. Takes bishop e6, and only black can be better. So e6, bishop takes will most likely be played. Are there alternatives? Maybe.
Well, I don't know. You could. Rook c8 just looks weird, and giving white the pawn on c7. I mean, there is knight d5, but it loses the c7 pawn by force, like ef7, and yeah, you take on c7 next, and there could be even stronger things than this, but this comes to mind immediately. And
that's slightly unpleasant, at least. Even though with the pass a pawn, there's always hope for black if he doesn't get checkmated. But
could be playable. But yeah, bishop e6. You know, in a blitz game, you just play bishop takes e6 here because you want to bring your pieces back to the king.
Feels nice to take a pawn, put your bishop on a safe square.
Yeah, but after bishop c7, it's
decision time.
Yeah, it's a very concrete position. You can't really describe it in those general terms. If you play something like b6, I was wondering why b6 is not a move here. Stopping knight c5 and kind of wait. Yeah, c4 I thought could be decent here. Stopping black from using the d5 square and planning something like knight g5 next move.
Well, it is a pawn down, but black cannot castle anymore, which is the big illusion of the Berlin. You would think, yeah, if you see this position and black is allowed to castle, he's clearly better. Well, he's not, and this king in the center, especially if he can't exchange a pair of rooks so easily, sometimes it's a nuisance.
Yeah, so we're still waiting. I mean, I think it's a very safe assumption. This is still probably very much
MVL knows his position 100%, and Magnus has probably seen it, but like trying to recall details.
Maybe he hasn't repeated it today, but I think it's a very safe bet to say that he's looked at it at some point in his life. So we'll wait to see what he comes up with, because there's been developments in other games. Li Chao played d5 anyway, despite our tremendous prophylactic move of rook b8. C takes d5 is more or less the only move here. Rook c7, rook b8, and we'll see why he thought this is good for white.
Anyway, since I'm now an expert on prophylactic thinking, I just did a video series with Artur Yusupov. I'm not sure rook b8 qualifies, because is it prophylaxis or just defend?
Did I call rook b8 prophylactic? I meant bishop b7. I think I called bishop b7 prophylactic.
Okay, then I apologize.
Yeah.
Anyway, computer who is still running will switch back off in a minute. Says that white should just play slowly and go for something like this. Doesn't look all that scary, does it? Like,
well, I mean, there's rook takes d7 in the air in many positions, and yeah, because if black can just castle here, it would be good. But yeah, knight d4 is a huge threat we shouldn't miss here. This is already very bad for black, so black should pay attention to this.
Show the line. This knight gets very bouncy.
Yeah.
And this is bad news.
So after rook e1, black probably needs to play something more careful than the naive castles, which seems to lose on the spot. So.
Maybe rook d8 is a prophylactic move. Not sure. Not sure it qualifies either. That's probably a good move, because that's what the machine says.
Yeah, but even here, I was trying to calculate that knight d4, let's say queen b6 probably, bishop d5, queen c7, and bishop f7 or knight e6. There's all kinds of things here.
Oh. Checkmate.
Yeah, this actually is checkmate, but black can decide not to lose on the spot here by playing queen b6, and who knows what this is.
He might do that. Even slow stuff, like, is this ridiculous? I was gonna go knight f5, I see the computer is not on my side, which is always disheartening, but at first sight this looks dangerous.
Sure, no, all of these things look quite promising for white, so I can understand why Li Chao went for this. It's definitely an interesting pawn sacrifice, and you should also remember that even if none of these things work, the pawn on a7 can probably be picked up at almost any point after, not in this position, but let's say after rook d8, there, rook e1, rook d8. I mean, you can take on a7 almost anywhere.
You don't want to, right? That feels
not really. It feels like you're selling your position short a little bit, but the fact that it's there helps to calm you down a little bit, so to speak, because you know you're not burning your entire bridge structure there.
Right, so this is going to get very sharp, which is to Vestlin's liking, it has to be said as well. He doesn't mind, like, even if it looks dangerous.
Yeah, he
very sharp
definitely
move,
doesn't.
play.
But Lichao, I think, who lost yesterday, will also welcome all these developments because, he wants as sharp and as concrete game as possible. He's also a very proficient player of tactical positions. Chinese players generally tend to be very, very happy in sharp tactical situations.
I used to think that, but I feel like, there's so many different guys. Like Wang Yue doesn't strike me as a big
but I think
tactician.
I think he is the one huge exception to the general rule,
Maybe
which still holds reasonably true. I mean, Wang Yue is the white elephant or the black swan. I always.
But I thought Li Chao was also more of the grinding positional school. Like, I can't say I haven't studied his games in detail, but he plays quite openings and he doesn't mind, like, taking it slow and grinding out some endgame. And again, all these guys are great tacticians.
Yeah, sure. And
What happened? Are those guys good tacticians?
those guys are all-round great players. So, not that Li Chao isn't, and Veselin definitely is, but trying to pigeonhole players of Levon's or Vladimir's caliber is somewhat ridiculous.
So bishop d7, bishop e3, d5, knight bd2, we've seen all this, and e takes d4, naturally enough. I'm slightly surprised, it's apparently the best move, but c takes d4, I think it's committal.
No, I think this has to be the point, because if you start trading pieces, in particular if you give black an opportunity to trade off this bishop on a7, this is the one bad piece black has here. So giving black an option to get rid of it, I think, is wrong. Even though you still retain some pressure here, but I think, I expected c takes d4. I thought c takes d4 was by far the likelier move because this bishop on a7 is really out of play here. And this is what Vladimir will try to exploit. And now bishop c6, this was actually the move I wanted to make, but the machine disagrees. The machine, for some reason, thinks that after knight takes f6, you will have to take with the pawn. I've been trying to figure out why queen f6 is so bad here. But,
d5,
Apparently d5 is very strong here. But maybe, actually, I think it's very much in Levon's character to play rook takes e3 here.
This is the reason, I don't think Levon worries about this position.
Maybe he should, because after bishop e4, one pair of bishops come off. I mean, if black could keep this material...
One more move, I'm fine.
Yeah, no, if black plays rook e8 here, you take black more or less, I think. But after bishop e4, he will have to trade the light square bishops. And then I think white is definitely at least slightly better. Might not be, winning or even hugely better, but you pick white. With some pieces coming off, and also the rook comes to d1 almost immediately, occupying one of the important open files. Yeah, it's somewhat better for white.
So gf6.
I mean, it's not tragic, but it's kind of ugly.
Yeah, Slide's doing a good job.
But on the other hand, it does. I mean, bishop takes f3 is a large counter threat, so to speak, and if you allow black, even in a slow game, if black plays, let's say, bishop d5 and c6 next two moves, the knight on g6, as you correctly said, I mean, it covers the king side quite well. And
I don't mind this too much. We'll see how it goes, but if there's nothing direct and I don't see any clever plans, black should be fine.
Yeah.
Pure once again goes for some nastiness here, which...
I guess if you take on e1 and take on a7, something like knight d4 is probably quite promising for white. But
that looks like or knight h2 it says. But if you just take, I don't know, maybe take on e1 first and then on f3, why is this bad?
I mean, there's definitely compensation, but it's not bad.
So these pieces are okay.
Sure. No, we'll see, because queen takes f6 is a prelude to a positional exchange sacrifice, which is something very dear to any Armenian's heart. I think with Tigran Petrosyan being the godfather of this idea in modern chess. But taking with the G pawn is also, I think, original enough and interesting enough to appeal to Lev's aesthetic sense.
Yeah, knight f6 looks.
But
more or less
you start. There's also bishop g5 there. I mean, the reason it hasn't been played yet is that there's also this option.
So what is black to take?
I'm not sure. There's also bishop takes d4. I mean, it becomes very concrete once again. Bishop d4 looks scary because after, let's say, rook a d1, you need to be absolutely convinced you're not losing by force somehow.
It's incredibly scary.
But might be okay for black. Who knows?
Takes if white stabilizes here.
Yeah, takes c6. It's not horrible for black, but it's.
Well, I need some more moves.
You need queen d6. Yeah.
Always annoying if you can't break the spin with h6 so easily because it's always problems here.
Yeah, that is an issue here definitely for black. But his position is still reasonably solid, and yeah, he's not going to be in huge trouble here. But you still need to pay attention.
No, I'd actually like to see this knight f6, gf6. It feels like it's playing for 3 results. It's a very sharp position and many things could happen. Unless this d5 is strong, but it didn't look that strong.
Yeah. Anish actually allowed a3. So this game will become very concrete now.
So b3, b4 is logical.
I was wondering if completely ignoring a3 is possible, but I think it's not. I think allowing a takes b2 is just horrible. Because white is nowhere near creating any direct threats on the king side. Yeah, no, but all of this is.
But
just
even the slow plan of playing c4 and then b4 looks.
Yeah, basically you just commit to giving mate because every single endgame will be lost. So yeah, I don't think this is possible. But the problem is b3, b4 is also, not a bundle of laughs. C takes b4 doesn't seem to lose, but b3, b4, c b4, black can't take on d4 yet, I think, because knight takes d4 probably is a good reply.
Knight takes, because cb.
No, you take. I think you take with the knight. Yeah, you take with the knight. You now probably want to take on d4 next move, followed by bishop c5, continue challenging for the white center, and if knight d3, there's queen b5. No, I like black here.
Yeah, one gets the feeling you should have thought about this b4 break before it happened.
Yeah, something weird happened in Niels's game. Let's go there for a second. I mean, the game already bypassed the point I wanted to talk about, but I'm very curious.
Oh, you got your cd4.
Yeah, Niels plays cd4, and this was immediately replied to by c takes d4. I don't really see the refutation of fg.
What's the trick? Probably just knight g4, huh?
Yeah, but how good is this? Is my question.
This and this.
Let's say I take c takes d4. Can I play queen a4 here? Sort of go full greed mode.
Yeah, maybe here one has to consider knight takes d4 as well.
Sure, but then at the very least I have an additional tempo on rook c1. I can also consider playing knight c4, covering the e3 square.
Yeah, I'm not sure what works, but knight c4 there's b5.
h3. Yeah, let's start with rook c1. It's always a good idea with that.
Here or here.
No, you don't want to blunder the g4 knight.
Probably not.
Yeah. Also bishop h3, to be honest.
Yeah. Okay, let's go back to knight e3, queen a4.
Takes, I probably take with the rook.
Takes. Now we need something to work fast.
Yeah, I mean, if I consolidate and don't lose the d4 pawn, the game is more or less lost, I think, for black. Rook d8, I can't refute yet, because e5, knight e5. Otherwise, this would be completely lost for black, but this tactic seems to at least continue the game. I'd actually take white even there. Let's say in this position I go knight c4. I would definitely think white is better. Unless I'm blundering something connected with b5, but which I could be actually.
You are, right? Queen c5, rook g2.
Yeah, probably. But d5 is just a mistake. That was just to demonstrate. Something like knight f3, for instance. I don't know. Preparing e5 next move.
Yeah.
It's curious that this didn't happen. I mean, Pavel probably thinks, and he, I guess, is correct, that he's better anyway, and he doesn't need to give Niels what Niels so desperately probably wants in this position, which is a tactical mess of some sort. But I mean, it's a full piece.
Yeah.
I'm curious. I'm curious as to what the timing was. I mean, c takes d4. How much time did Pavel take on recapturing on d4 and not taking that bishop?
Let me find out.
Yeah.
He spent 9 seconds.
Which probably actually means that he spent the entire time Niels was thinking about c takes d4, which is 20 minutes. Yeah. So yeah, that's fair then, because 9 seconds is really, it simply means that he realized what Niels was thinking about and came to a conclusion before this was played on the board. But I'm still curious why he didn't feel this was good enough. But the position they have on the board, I like white. I like white still.
Yeah.
I mean, but I mean, the fact that the c file is now open, it probably plays in black's favor a little bit. It's not as bad a position as
But
we
you're
were
quite
trying
far
to sell.
from your standard Grunfeld stuff,
Sure.
like getting all these moves right.
No,
It feels like white
yeah.
will be in time to go knight c4,
Sure.
d5, whatever.
Knight c4, queen e2, second knight to b3. This is a very, very pleasant position for white. Sure. I'm not criticizing c takes d4. I was curious because, you know, it's not such an everyday occurrence that a piece is sacrificed without immediate, I don't know, mating attack or something, and another player just rejects it outright. Anish played b3 and Harry played b4 straight away in reply. So this one is,
No surprise.
yeah.
Magnus is still thinking after e6.
It is somewhat curious, isn't it? Because it is a very, very central line. Maybe if, some of this has to be, you know, you hesitate calling these things novelties because even if this hasn't been played in
Doesn't
practice,
matter, it's in everybody's file. And
yeah,
so
that was my point precisely. Yeah, this positions, everybody analyzes all the moves pretty much. So even if this is technically a novelty, it's not really. So it's curious that Magnus is still unsure what he's supposed to play here.
you get a very loud interview, I'm not sure by whom. They bumped up the TV, so he must be important.
Yeah, curious.
Saying,
Curious choice. And he finally made a move, so we can at least confirm that bishop takes e6 you know, is a very natural reply here, and he finally settled on this.
Come on, Magnus, I would have found this move more quickly, but maybe he was thinking.
He's down to some, you know, he is very low on time. My site is not what it used to be, but I think that says 29 minutes. So he's below.
Find that out as well, but yeah.
He's below half an hour for the remaining 20 moves, whereas MVL is obviously still blitzing.
Yeah, and let's not forget, there's no increment in this tournament, so you don't have the 30 seconds per move safety net. That's sort of serious time travel, even though it has to be said they blitzed out the first, whatever it was, 18 moves, so
Yeah,
they already
but-
made 21.
Yeah, but considering that they blitzed out the first 17 or 18 moves, the next 3 cost Magnus more than an hour. So that is some serious time in the tank.
But maybe he's also correct in thinking this is the time to be precise, because as
Sure.
MVL said, the game will be decided in the next few moves.
No, but as Gary Kasparov would not hesitate to say, you know, this is the position where your analysis is supposed to start. You know,
Right.
he would generally address this to me, but it also applies to other people.
No, but if Magnus has one weakness, it is probably his dislike for remembering long analysis files. Right?
Yeah, but then King E8 H5 is maybe not for you because
Right.
this is you know, one line of the Berlin where things are incredibly concrete and theory kind of starts on move 25 in many cases.
And there's also the line that people play, and they're basically stating, I've memorized everything from this position, it's a draw, good luck.
Yeah, but occasionally you get called on your bluff there a little bit, and yeah, what we're seeing today is one such attempt. You know, MVL is playing what he more or less outright said he knows is a draw, but it's not a draw with every single move. So we'll see how Magnus does from here.
We'll see how it goes. I believe we're going to attempt to go on our first break and leave you guys to Fiona and her social media corner. Keep your tweets coming, hashtag C24Live, hashtag Altibox Norway Chess, or tweet anywhere. Fiona's gonna track you down. We're gonna be back in a couple minutes. See you then.
Hello everyone and welcome to round 6 of Altibox Norway Chess. As every day, my name is Fiona Steilanthony and I'm here to bring you the latest of the Twitter sphere, show you some photos. First of all, yesterday I was planning to come back on and show you some more stuff, but then all the games finished just after the time control. There was no time, so I'm going to be showing you some things from yesterday as well. But let's start with a tweet from Chris Bird. Chris Bird saying, having fun with the Chess24 Norway Chess prediction game. How long until we get a fully fledged fantasy chess game as part of Chess24? Well, fingers crossed we will someday, but yeah, as for now, just a reminder, do take part in the predictions game. It is free, it is fun. You can win a 1-year premium membership, you can win signed mugs. It's all in the predictions tab under the game, so have a look at that in case you haven't already. And you have until the day after tomorrow to hand in your predictions. Tomorrow is a rest day, and then you'll have to hand in your predictions until the start of round 7 on Wednesday. Then a next tweet, a tweet from Tarjei Swensen, a photo tweet. And here's Aronian arriving with his fiancée Ariane Karilli. I used to bring you those photos myself, but sadly on the rest day I dropped my camera. So I still have a camera, but only with a big lens. so I can't really take photos of players' arrivals anymore. But there you go, a few new people arrived in the last couple of days. Also Topalov's manager Silvio Danilov arrived, Magnus' manager Espen Aktestein arrived. So a lot of people arriving, and yeah, the tournament is heating up, only 4 games to go. Then I said to you yesterday in part 1 of this show that I was going to come back to the Norway-Sweden match. So the next tweet is from Grandmaster Jonathan Tisdal, tweeting yesterday saying Norway's women and kids ensured a convincing match win over rival Sweden. 23.5, 12.5, but the open class match ended 6-6. So yeah, quite a clear win in favor of the Norwegians, but it was an exciting match, and I hope you followed those, of course, on Chess24. And a final tweet from for now, also a tweet from yesterday, which I was planning to show you at the time, didn't get the chance. A tweet from Olympiu Urkan. It seems the only way to beat Giri is for him. Well, no, what he did mean to say, I didn't read that properly. So what he did, the only way for Giri to, sorry guys, the only way for Magnus to beat Giri is for him to partner him with Linné Meister in making alternate moves. And I have a photo to show you that. I'm making life a bit difficult for myself here today. But my first photo is of Linné Meister. For those of you who don't know her, she's a Norwegian singer and model. This is a photo, not a photo of mine, it's a photo Tarjei took here 2 years ago. So yeah, maybe make her partner up with Giri next time Anish faces Magnus, so that Magnus can finally get his first classical win. Then a second photo, a photo I shot yesterday in the playing hall. This gentleman, I don't know his name, I believe he's Armenian, he's a big fan and friend, I guess, of Levan Aronian. Yesterday, a big day for the Armenian community. It was the anniversary of the Armenian genocide in 1915. For those of you who follow the US Championship as well, the leader in the women's group, Tatev Abrahamyan, was also wearing a commemorative shirt yesterday. So a big day for the Armenian community, and always good to see so many Armenian fans around at the chess tournaments. Then my next photo, I wonder if any of you will recognize this young lady. She was playing for Sweden in the Sweden-Norway match. She has 2 very strong and famous parents. So this young lady, if we move on to the next photo, you will see her name pop up. She is none other than Anna Kramling-Bellon, the daughter of Pia Kramling and Grandmaster Juan Manuel Bellon. She did very well in the match. She scored 1.5 out of 2. It's always great to see more women players, and yeah, it surely helps to have 2 strong parents. Then my final photo, also of the Norway-Sweden match. There you see most of the top team from the Norwegian men, a very young team. You'll recognize some of those. They are all quite active on Twitter. Sitting down there, Tari Arian, one of Norway's latest grandmasters. He was also playing in the qualifier for Norway Chess. Yeah, so a good victory for Norway this weekend. Then, as I said, today round 6 of the tournament, tomorrow West Day. And then the last, for the last 3 rounds, we will be moving to Stavanger's concert hall. So today is the last day for us in this venue here at Stavanger Forum. So that's it for me for now. Keep your tweets coming, keep your comments coming. Use hashtag C24Live or hashtag Altibox Norway Chess. As Jan said, I will try and hunt you down, and hopefully I'll be back later with some more news. See you then.
Until recently, chess was like this. Chess24 brought you this. Live interactive broadcasts from top tournaments, with computer analysis and video commentary by the likes of Jan Gustafsson, Lawrence Trent and Peter Svidler. a play zone where you can take on opponents from all around the world 24/7. Interactive beginners courses, ensuring you pick up the basics fast while having fun. A tactics trainer to sharpen your chess by solving puzzles adapted to your level. Hundreds of interactive videos, letting you watch and learn from star players such as Vichy-Anand, Peter Svidler, Paco Vallejo and Hu Yifan. You've given up on that outdated computer? That's why there are more reasons to use Chess24 on mobiles and tablets. Full playzone access, including pre-move. A tactics trainer so you can stay sharp wherever you are. Computer opponents you can challenge even when you're not online. Live broadcasts of top chess events. And the half? It's free. Well, that's half true. Most features are free, but limited for registered members. You can step up to premium membership and gain unlimited access to our video library. That and much more.
Welcome back, boys and girls, to round number 6 of the Altibox Norway chess tournament. Spent too much time with Benjamin Bock recently, so his name keeps coming up. And the action is, I'm not sure if it's heating up, but we have some moves in MVL against Carlsen. And Peter, as he pointed out, MVL has started thinking. Is he out of book finally?
No, I don't think he's out of book as such, but I think he may be considering a number of options here. Perhaps knight d5 is not the first line in his files, and he now has to sort of reacquaint himself with all the options he has at his disposal here. Bishop e5 looks natural, but also bishop d6. I think bishop d6 is the sharper of the two. Bishop d6 with the idea of meeting b5, which probably should be played. You get the feeling that allowing c4 is very dangerous here. So black plays b5, and white plays c4 anyway, and goes rook b1 here. And yeah, this becomes very, very concrete. Might still be a forced draw of some sort, but if the rook gets to b7, white will have serious threats. The king on e8, once again, we need to remind the viewers, neither castling is possible because of laws of chess. So yeah, this is now a very tricky position to navigate, and yeah, I don't know what this is. I have a feeling it's probably holdable somehow, but
Probably it's 0-0 like all positions. Yeah, king d8 0-0, but over the board you get a little scared.
yeah, and also we need to remind the viewers that whenever we switch the engine on, it's the internal engine in the software we're using, and we never let it run for too long. So those evaluations are, let's say, preliminary.
Yeah.
In a position as sharp as this, and it sometimes bottoms out suddenly if you let it run long enough. So those are just guidelines. You can't really use them as definitive answers about most.
Unlike everything we say.
Absolutely. So yeah, after knight d5, Maxim has spent, I think, the last 10 minutes choosing, I guess, between bishop e5 and bishop d6. I don't think any other moves really make much sense because they just seem slower. He will eventually come up with something, and then we will have a more concrete situation to discuss. And let's just briefly.
I should mention, during the break, tournament director JJ explained to me that rook e6 is the way to go here. He was showing some chess understanding, saying that after knight c5, b6, knight takes e, fe, black has enough compensation for the exchange, move the bishop, push your a pawn, and JJ is a good player, so he has a point.
No, this definitely is a playable alternative to what Magnus is doing. I don't know if this is mathematically correct as such, but it's a way to aim for a much more double-edged position than what Magnus actually got in the game, because I mean, the position they have on the board right now, I think Black's winning chances can quite safely be estimated as to be, objectively 0, and subjectively, with human intervention, still not very high. Because white,
Well, you have a pawn.
yes, but I think white is dominant enough in the center, and his pieces are active enough that you really need to commit maybe even more than one large mistake here to lose.
Levaronia is making a confession. Do we talk over him or do we try to listen? Or both?
He is speaking too softly for us to actually hear what he's saying,
Yeah.
so I think we can safely just talk over him.
He's also done. Let's go to his position. A lot of exchanges.
Yeah, that wasn't a very brief confession. He must be a very, very righteous man to have so little to confess.
Takes on c6. Queen to b3, Kramnik. Yeah, looks like it's increasing the pressure, but in doing so, more or less, I'm not sure if forces, but this looked logical.
Yeah, it looked very logical. I expected this to happen. Takes on f6, and the structure is ruined for black, but on the other hand, queens are off, opposite color bishops are on the board, so and the pawn on d4 is a target, so yeah.
I attempted to push it immediately, right? Because one more move and black attacks.
But that
it.
actually gives black the e5 square for the knight, which means that he will be sort of one step closer to the actual bishop, opposite color bishop endgame, which he should generally hold. But yeah, d5 makes sense, yeah. Definitely makes sense.
We don't want c5.
No, c5 is very, very risky.
cd is the obvious reaction, but this is bothering me a little bit. Because it's very risky to give up this pawn with the
Yeah, sure, I fully agree. I mean, it's a very sensible course of action from a positional standpoint, but
you have to calculate stuff, I guess, knight f4 or whatever, but they work. Does it work though?
I don't know. Bishop b7, rook e1, rook b8. But in this position there is also rook e7 even, maybe.
Yep.
You could maybe make an argument for that. But also bishop takes a6, rook takes b2, and this looks like black should hold,
Looks
right?
active enough somehow.
Yeah, this looks like black will at least win the a5 pawn back. So rook e7, I guess knight d3.
Yeah.
But then bishop takes a6 is strong. This is a different story now.
No, our pieces are a little overworked.
Yeah, bishop f2, king f1, bishop c5, but yeah, that looks dodgy, like rook c7 might actually win.
Yeah, it doesn't seem to work.
At least this subline of what black could attempt here, yeah. I don't know, rook
Many options. Rook d8 takes.
I mean, takes rook b8 looks incredibly ugly, but might actually be a decent practical choice just to play b6 next move maybe. But rook c1. No, but rook c1 knight
b6
f4.
is knight d4, so there's
Yeah.
still questions.
Okay, I'll start with bishop c5 then, and then play b6. That probably is a safer sequence of actions. And rook c1 here, I think it's important that rook c1 runs into knight f4, and you at least force bishop c4 as a concession, because if rook actually landed on c7, game could be just over. But in this position, maybe we can play king f8 or b5, maybe even. And
Yeah,
Kramnik just played d5 on our screens, so we will find out soon enough what Lev means to do against this, because yeah, this is the most critical approach.
Yeah, and given the positions where Kramnik has smelt winning chances in, at least in the analysis here, I'm sure he's quite optimistic about his chances in this.
Yeah, he must be enjoying himself, because this is a completely risk-free position in which he definitely has the upper hand for now. I mean, it probably isn't a lot, but white is clearly better.
By the way, one option that just crossed my mind, can you do this?
Tactics, no tactics, so I'll have to take on f5, c takes d5. Yeah, could be an option, sure.
Doesn't look too terrible. White is slightly better because we have all these pawn islands.
But on the other hand, the fact that the pawn is on a5, it's always a target for the bishop on a7, even when it comes out of hiding, so to speak. Yeah, you take white here, but it doesn't seem a huge big deal.
Draw is a heavy favorite.
You would think so, yeah. Yeah, good point. Yeah, f5 I missed. In the game of the day, two moves were made reasonably fast. MVL finally settled on bishop e5 instead of bishop d6, which is a bit regrettable from the spectatorish point of view, because this is quieter.
Doesn't look too quiet though. What do you do? c4?
Knight b6 maybe. I think allowing black to evacuate the king from the e file makes, at least it makes moves for black easier to understand,
right,
because king f8 was more or less blitzed out by Magnus in reply, because yeah, the king needed to get away from those rooks on e1 and g1. And now c4, knight b6, or knight c5, maybe b5 or something. I mean, in the previous position here, it makes, I think, even less sense. Knight c5, maybe just b5. White probably wins some kind of a pawn back with bishop d6 check, but you also have to trade some of the poor pieces black has. Here, I'm starting to like black.
Yeah, exactly. Here you have to
takes, rook e6, king f7, and black might start reminding white that he has definite trumps on the queen side.
Yeah, this looks like something's gone wrong. So let's try to do better. I still think this might be critical, but I can't really make any progress. Knight c5.
I want to go knight c4. Yeah, that was my intention. Although bishop c4 also, I don't see how it loses.
Yeah, it better be something here for white. Okay, you can do this, I guess.
Well, yeah, I mean, you're trying
not
not to
winning.
lose. Yeah, you're trying not to lose here. It's never in a million years a winning attempt, I think. Knight e5, rook h6, or even start pushing maybe, but rook h6 in particular.
I will succeed in not losing, no.
Absolutely, but yeah, a5, and black is just not worse.
Yeah.
I mean, well, black is still currently a pawn up, and the a pawn will reach at least a4 and maybe even a3. So, yeah, this is kind of risk-free for black.
Let's consult with the all-seeing eye for 1 minute. Yeah. Gives this.
Yeah, this is, I think, I've seen this before, and rook d4 here, followed by rook c4. But once again, I mean, a5 seems fine, c3, rook c4, and rook c8 probably isn't so horrible either. But this in particular, play a5, play king f7, and prepare rook hc8 after rook takes c6. I mean,
So it's just nothing at all?
yeah, this is a draw, so... No, I think from a practical standpoint, and obviously, I mean, we're talking from a position of zero knowledge, so MVL probably knows the answers to all these questions. Playing bishop d6 here was a way to ask, I think, more questions against a player who is down to 25 or maybe even 23 minutes at this point, and doesn't give you the impression that he knows everything to the end.
Yeah, 'cause could be the position on the board holds few secrets. For Magnus Carlsen already read, the moves don't seem that hard to make.
No, you
B5
yeah, you
push
defend
the
you defend
pawn,
G7.
if you need to.
Yeah, you defend G7. I mean, King of 8 is a multi-purpose move you make sort of by hand because you protect a very important pawn. You move away from all the pins. After knight c5, if knight c5 is what MVL is planning here, stopping c4 is also like, as you know, natural, very natural. Move away the pawn which white was threatening to take. Stop c4. And once pieces start coming off, black's tasks become progressively easier and easier. Yeah, so a bit of a strange choice, not objectively, but sort of considering the game situation.
Draw a big favorite now.
Yeah, I think this is now reasonably safe.
Pavlyanov, knight b3, knight b4, played knight c2, which I thought was a bit of a concession, but maybe it isn't.
To be honest, I'm not quite sure why knight takes a2 loses. I'm being slow today. I think I know now. Rook a1, queen b6, queen d3, and the knight escapes, but you win the e7 pawn. Yeah, this is horrible for black.
But this position, is this so bad? You're the Grunfeld guy?
It's slightly better for white, but yeah, it's not horrible. You play e6. It's very important that he's in time to play e6, stopping d5. I mean, you still take white, of course. I mean, this is not harmless, but it's not as bad as you think it could have been at one point.
No, it feels like, yeah, there should be more here for white. And yeah, here he gives knight c4, which looks very logical.
Yeah, knight c4 with the idea of immediate d5. That was actually, you know, it's a very concrete thing. You want to play d5. If d5 is allowed, as black, you're in a world of hurt, I think. So e6, and now the machine suggests immediately going for the d6 square is very strong.
Okay, this is already, you have to be sure this works, because else you might get a little tangled up.
Yeah, but
seems to work.
Knight e5 here seems strong, and yeah, and the machine seems to suggest this is very good for white. But yeah, you can understand why Pavel didn't do this, because it does look like if you miss something, you might regret this.
I was more surprised about knight c2, but maybe this is awkward. Let's.
Yeah, well, once again, queen b6. I guess he didn't feel comfortable allowing this, but it's probably strong. And some kind of a quiet move here.
Okay, at least if black doesn't lose immediately, then it's very understandable. Pavel didn't go for this. But it feels like he's given up the lion's share of his advantage to me. Played rook takes, e6 is going to be played.
No, but still something like, let's say, queen anywhere followed by rook fc1. This is... No, okay, this is not actually that... Yeah.
I was being serious, actually. You said queen anywhere. Okay, let's go here.
Yeah, rook c8, rook fc1, you take, I take with the queen.
So of the c file.
Here there's bishop h6, which I missed.
That's wrong.
This is an important resource, driving the rook away, or forcing f4, and f4 is a concession, you don't want to play f4.
Just to clarify now, white's structure becomes a lot weaker, e4 is a target, e3 square is a little more exposed.
Even this is maybe slightly better for white, but generally...
You never want to go f4.
Yeah.
Even g5 counterplay one day. Unless you really have to do it, you don't.
Yeah, that is very true.
Maybe we can put the queen on d2 to avoid that stuff.
Sure. Rook c8, but once again, we'll have to take with the rook and not the queen, which means that maybe black can fight for. But how? I mean, queen c1, at the very least after queen d7 or something.
Yeah, queen d7, there's also knight c5 issues, so yeah. Still a small edge, but it feels manageable somehow.
Yeah, it does feel like this is not the end of the world for black. Although, I mean, as a Grunfeld player, you don't enjoy yourself here. It's still awkward.
This knight is strangely stupid on f6.
It's not even that strange. It's a very typical situation which arises from many openings, actually. That, you know, pawns on f3 and e4 do a fantastic job of restricting this knight very efficiently. Niels played rook c8, which also allows d5, which is something white generally wants in this structure, so I'm a bit surprised.
Great.
But maybe he felt that wasting a tempo on e6 he might lose the fight for the c-file completely, so... Yeah.
Well, for now, let's go to Giri Hare Krishna, because things have happened, and Anish Giri might be in trouble. Like, we already slightly dislike that he allowed this a3, b4 stuff. And okay, I'm guessing this is a normal course of events, but it doesn't look very promising. So this knight jumps, takes an e6 on the board. Harry thinking here. It's the lone e-pawn a pro.
He's been thinking for a while, and I think he realizes that this is a very good position for him, and he wants to be as precise as possible because, you know, a winning chance in a tournament of this magnitude with black against a player of Anish's caliber, if you feel you're actually in with a shot there, you really don't want to let it go by playing too fast and by missing some important ideas somewhere.
And again, getting in time trouble tends to be the most reliable way to let things go. So
that is a fair point.
Double-edged.
Fair point.
But Harry does still have 41 minutes. Both of them have actually, so there's no immediate time trouble. Lurking or looming? Probably both fine.
I'd pick looming if I had to pick, but yeah, both
Yeah,
probably.
I'm bored with looming, so thought, let's go lurking. And I'll go lurking at the camera. Harry alone at the board, studying the position. Doesn't look unhappy. Doesn't seem to be in a hurry, pun intended. But yeah, what should he do? I thought this was the most natural way to proceed somehow.
I think you immediately gravitate towards rook a7 or rook a8
because rook is loose. It's annoying.
Yeah, it's hanging many variations. You want to free up your queen to do other stuff. And you also want to connect the rooks to make defending the king side. If ever you're actually forced to defend the king side, connecting the rooks is a very useful thing for the future. So, yeah, let's say rook a8 followed by if white unpins. Let's say we were looking at this in the break. I think king h1, knight c3, queen d3, and just knight e7 here. I think it's an important move to secure to make sure that this pawn doesn't go any further, and also, yeah, preparing rook f5 to meet knight g5.
All of a sudden, this rook might go here.
Yeah, and this is exactly the demonstration we wanted to illustrate how important it is to connect the rooks in positions like this, because, yeah. And here I think also it's a tactical point, because after knight h3, the other one, no, this one doesn't really make sense. Here, it kind of hinges on the fact that there's queen a6, I think.
Whoa.
But it's not that difficult to find.
No.
Queen
And the
a6,
good news for black is any endgame is close to winning with this pawn on a3
yeah,
and the knight
and the endgame is actually forced here because there's simply no other legal move. Yeah, and yeah, this is bad news for white here, because yeah, you'll struggle holding any of these positions. Harry starts with knight e7, but this might actually transpose in many cases, I think.
It could be the same line if, let's say, this.
Yeah,
I'm not sure if we can take, but probably not. Yeah?
Rook e1 probably is a bit of an issue here.
Activity.
Fe1 even, yeah.
So rook back would be in the same position.
Yeah, you still play this, and yeah, and now I'm not sure if queen e6 is a threat here, although probably it now is. But also if you just continue strengthening your position, like playing rook to somewhere, f5, f4, rook a f8. White's issues remain. Yeah, his pawn on a2 is a horrible weakness for any future endgame.
So yeah, things haven't gone well for Anish Giri. And yeah, the flip side of everybody in these super tournaments playing the Berlin, and some weirdos playing the Marshall or the Najdorf, but the opening field being so limited is, I don't think Anish has tons of experience in this line, in the structure, for example, right? Like, where would he have it from?
Yeah, I mean, he missed the golden age of Morozevich. As I said, that was pretty much the one way to get proper exposure to this at the top level. When Morozevich was playing this actively with black, we all had to prepare for it on a constant basis. You know, you would get a number of games against him with white every year, and this gave you some grounding in the opening. Although even after all those games against Alexander, I still felt I don't really understand what's going on there, and I kept on struggling badly. But at least he had some exposure. Somewhat curiously, after some thought, Li Chao actually goes for the line we were discussing. So we haven't seen this in a while, but we've seen this position.
So Veselin found his move rook d8, which looked good, keeping everything covered, and action.
Yeah, there are other options for white available here, but Lichao goes for the sharpest one. Queen c7 seems like the only move. Knight e6, on the other hand, seems like the only move for white as well. So
We start with this, then g6 is a problem.
yeah, no, you need to be precise here. But on the other hand, moves are not that hard to find in this position. For instance, for black here, it's not that difficult to settle on queen b6 because you need to not give white any additional tempi. It's not that this is mate in 4. This is not hard to work out. But even choosing the square for the queen here is not very difficult because all the other moves will allow additional threats. Like, why would you ever give white knight e4 with tempo? So if this happens on the board, and it probably should, because yeah, what else can you do?
Yeah, here I feel is a big question if you take on g7 and play an exchange down, or if you take here, which is likely to fizzle out if there's no
Yeah, this
powerful follow-up.
This probably leads to a draw unless we're missing something drastic here.
White should be active enough not to be any worse here.
No,
Probably after knight f3, you have to
yeah.
return the pawn instantly, but
Yeah, white never risks anything at all here. But yeah, some position like this, you take on e5, black takes, plays bishop f6, and I mean, you can maybe pretend.
let's go home.
Yeah, you can't even pretend because rook f5, you don't really. I mean, putting any pressure on the f7 pawn is well, pretty much impossible here. So.
Yeah, the alternative is this move, very sharp, king f8, and now
something, yeah, knight
h5,
h5,
knight f5, queen h5, many options.
So we'll see what Lichao settles on because yeah, it's a very large fork in the road there, so to speak. Because white can actually, yeah, white can actually be worse here.
Of course.
After knight d8, he's risking nothing, but he also isn't really risking to win very much. Whereas here, he definitely has winning chances, but it's also very easy to drift into a position which you will not be able to save because you are in a full exchange now.
I have a feeling if he judges this to be playable at all the way the last 2 rounds have gone, he's gonna go for it.
I think it's more likely because yeah, going for a boring line where he wins the e5 pawn back allows black to finish development and they agree a draw is just not that interesting to him.
Giri left the board again. That probably means he stopped by to make a move. Oh yeah, he's played king h1 briefly and disappeared again. Now Harry is back to trying to figure it out, but knight c3.
Yeah, if he goes knight c3,
Looks
he's gonna be better. He probably can maybe win the pawn back immediately, like knight f2, rook e6. I mean, queen e6 is also possible, which is
Not
why.
back, eh? He's not a pawn down.
Oh, sorry, not back yet. Sorry. This and queen e6 wins a pawn for black, but after queen d2, you traded your best piece, and white definitely has some compensation here. I mean, you take the side with extra pawn here.
Always.
But yeah, as a white player, I think I would feel better about this than the other position because in the other position, and he played he played knight c3 already. I'm not surprised at all because he understands how much of a trump this knight on c3 is, and he doesn't want to trade it for one meager pawn.
Is Harry your student? You guys used to work together a bit, right?
The student is strong. I mean, we did work together some.
You're Padawan.
Nah, it's an overstatement. I learned enough from that not to. This wasn't one-sided. It was a creative collaboration. Let's call it like that.
Beautiful.
I can't, claim any credit there.
But you didn't learn anything about the French.
No, French wasn't really the subject there.
So, knight to c3, Anish in some trouble. He is a very good defender though. Like, if he gets in trouble, which happens sometimes, normally the guy has a couple lives.
Sure, and he described it yesterday when we forced him to talk about the subject, which is clearly not dear to his heart at all, namely his score against Magnus. He
hates bringing that stuff up.
He mentioned that he was in serious trouble against Magnus more than once, and held all of those positions. So yeah, beating him is not easy, even from a very, very good position.
He's once again blitzed out queen d3. It's also probably a good practical thing. He understands he's worse, but you might as well make your moves quickly if they're obvious and let your opponent figure it out.
And now it would appear rook a8 is the move to make.
Back to square one.
Yeah. in particular in connection with those queen a6 ideas in some positions, because it's important to have that tactical resource to drive the queen away or exchange the queen, because it's doing quite well on d3.
We'll keep an eye on it. Where else do we have developments? This is going down the expected road, knight c5, b5.
Yeah, I think Magnus should be reasonably relaxed by now. I think.
Is it a stretch, or it feels to me like MVL is the one who has to make a draw here more than Magnus already?
No, I think this is reasonably level. And Harry played something we did not really consider. He played h6, which is a bit slower than the moves we were discussing, and might give white
time out to stop this.
Yeah, it's a very understandable move because knight g5 was annoying, but it might give white a tempo or two to do something, like knight e5 occurs. Although knight e5 is, I mean, you need to see this, because rook f2 is, oh no, hang on, rook f2, the rook is hanging. This is why it wasn't there before. If rook f2, white can take on a6. This is why rook a8 was so important.
This looks good, no? Whenever the queens disappear, I'm happy with black. I don't think this e-pawn is going anywhere with knight on e7. And this situation is just here to stay.
Yeah, this actually is a very, very good move, yeah. I like this. And even if black loses the pawn on b4, which he very well might do after queen b5, knight b5, white probably has a way to pick up the b4 pawn here, like knight d3 at some point, maybe knight ed3 for instance. But even this position, let's say rook e6, knight b4 and some move.
This guy is such a pain.
Yeah.
Also here we're temporarily kind of passive, yeah? I'm not sure. This, you go back, I guess.
And knight c3, no, all these endgames are tremendously unpleasant for white. You might hold some of them, but you are the side suffering here as white, definitely, despite equal material. And in the Lichau Topalov game, as I said, I mean, playing queen b6 here is absolutely automatic.
No, this is the decision-making time for Lichau.
Yeah.
My money is on knight g7.
And I would very much like to see knight g7 as once again as a spectator, because knight d8 probably leads to some kind of a force equality, and knight g7 leads to a very full-blooded fight. But you get the feeling that objectively knight g7 might not be entirely correct. So
could very well be.
You can't really blame Lichau if he chooses the saner option, but
we should also mention if Lichau is in a bloodthirsty mode and goes knight g7 and loses this game, Topalov is right there with +2.
Yeah.
So he's back.
Yeah, and after his recent run of form, people might not remember that, but he won this tournament last year. So
I remember that.
Wasn't meant for you. You remember everything. You're a veritable fount of knowledge.
Yeah, which is very important these days, because no one has access to Wikipedia or Google, so knowledge has never been more. I don't even know how to finish that sentence.
People, I think, understood. And Lev went for something we did not mention as an option after d5.
But is it still level?
I'm not sure. It's
AB8.
It's a cute little move. Yeah,
he likes deep moves.
Black is saying, if you wanna take on c6, I will now have my rook on a proper square to immediately create counterplay against your queen side. And
the problem is though, if you don't take, my rook is somewhat on a dumb square.
I'm not sure, because here, for instance, both, let's say, knight e5 and a move I mentioned in a similar situation earlier, bishop c5 with the idea of bishop b4, they both seem very sensible.
I like this better. Knight e5. I'm always concerned about this knight jumping, but maybe you could active yourself. Still.
No, I think both are reasonable, and I mean, white is still, of course, the side pushing, but you get the feeling that, now that the rook left a1 and the bishop actually has time to get back into the game, bishop b4 is such a huge threat here that black probably should equalize.
Survive.
Yeah.
Let's see what Dr. Levon comes up with. What else is there? Li Chao's going to take a moment. How much time does he have? Let me study the camera.
Sure. In the meantime, whilst he's studying the camera, I think he'll spend some time considering this, because I mean optically everything looks very attractive here, and there's plenty of moves you could consider.
There's not much to read on the camera though. Li Chao might be immune to my body language doctor skills. He's not even moving.
Yeah.
Stoic. So I'm gonna have to cheat and check out the time situation.
48 minutes, I believe. So he's got time to.
He's got plenty of time. Vessel in
burn.
20 minutes, which, yeah, he hasn't spent a lot of these 20 minutes over the last 3 moves, blitzed them out more or less, but he spent a lot of time in the opening.
Yeah, but there's been some developments in the Hare Krishna in a Giri Hare Krishna game, and yeah, feels very bad now.
Knight D1.
Yeah, Knight D1. I have a feeling maybe
missed Queen B5, no?
Yeah, maybe Anish either missed or misjudged Queen B5, because
He just missed it.
this feels like a much improved version of what we were just discussing for black.
This looks
Even
lost.
even picking up the B4 pawn now feels like, you know, it's a bit of a daydream for white.
Yeah, this just looks horrible. This is only move, right?
Yeah, and it kind of feels
Might
that
just be a pawn down.
yeah, this pawn falls, but also your issues remain the same. Even rook c6, c2 here. I mean, rook f6
Give me
wins. Rook f6 probably wins, but I also like just locking in the rook on a1 here first, putting my rook on.
I really want that pawn.
I'm not arguing. I'm just saying that it actually is a very, very pleasant choice on every move here for black.
But isn't this just almost hopeless? You're a pawn down with the worst structure.
Yeah, it's not nice. It's
Wow,
not
that's-
nice. I mean,
It's a big blunder. Not that his position was pleasant, but Knight D1. I'm sure he missed Queen B5. You feel like, okay, I'm attacking this knight, so it has to move. Probably started calculating after Knight E4. But this is just bad.
yeah, this looks very, very unpleasant for white, putting it mildly.
Looks like Anish might lose his second white game in this tournament, which I don't think you can find a lot of tournaments where that happens.
He doesn't lose many games in general, and yet 2 with white in one tournament is unusual. I mean, I did beat him with black in the World Cup, but that was a different situation because, you know, it's a 2-game micro match, and you are forced to perhaps push somewhat harder with white than normal. But in sort of normal tournament setting, he barely loses at all, and definitely not with white.
Yeah, that's a surprise, and yeah, not a great game for his standards so far. While Leonov played the move, I've spent a great amount of time condemning the move f3 to f4.
This is a slightly different position though, because I think we didn't really condemn f4 as much as we condemned this setup because it allowed bishop h6. I think
Also true.
we didn't really like this idea of taking on c2 with the queen, precisely because after bishop h6 you would have a somewhat unpleasant choice of allowing rook c8 or playing f4, which would give black at least some counterplay.
Still don't like it though. Feels like black's situation has improved greatly. Now this knight has work to do. And yeah, I don't know if g5 immediately is an option, might be a little much, but
Can't rule it
What
out,
went
and
wrong here?
this is Niels we're talking about, so he is
Yeah,
definitely
he's
considering
probably-
g5 here.
he's weighing his options between e5 and g5.
Yeah.
Okay, also still have the engine switched on, and it's saying it's close to equal even after a normal move like queen a4, which feels very Grunfeldian as well, targeting this guy. Problem is you lose a lot of flexibility now that your structure is no longer solid.
that
You can't
was-
just blitz out queen c7.
Precisely, yeah. That was why we were trying to avoid this commitment, because with the pawn on f4, black suddenly feels he has something to play against, whereas, you know, 3 ply ago there was nothing there.
Yeah, I'm not sure where I went wrong. I think we looked at this exact line actually. Queen
No,
e2, queen takes.
we were always starting with e6, so we never actually had this precise position. We were playing e6 on move 19. I think it was kind of critical to maybe go d5 straight away here after rook c8.
Yeah, why didn't he do that?
I'm not sure. It's a bit strange because this is the move you generally want to make whenever it's possible. It improves your bishop on b2 immeasurably. it generally is useful for stopping e6 to make sure that the pawn on e7 is kind of nailed to its spot for now. You gain space, and yeah, it's
supposed to push your candidates.
Yes, it's a little bit strange to me that Pavel didn't do this. We'll ask him if and when he gets here why he felt this wasn't good enough.
It's going to be a tough interrogation. So f4 on the board, yeah. I don't know. Feels like Niels all of a sudden has a ton more options than he bargained for.
Yeah, and we've once again
Queen a4.
Queen a4 has been played, and in the Lichau Tapalov game there's been
Took on d8.
heartbreaking developments.
Solid. Probably the correct choice,
Yeah, no,
mathematically speaking.
yeah, this is definitely tongue-in-cheek because after knight g7, king f8, we couldn't really find any continuation which would promise white much of anything, to be honest. The king on f8 is reasonably safe. I mean, the knight comes to f6, covering all the weaknesses, so the queen g4, queen g7 dream is never going to actually happen. And yeah, it seems like black is probably
just worse.
Yeah, black is probably doing very well, but once again, we want blood.
It's very unfair. Like every other walk of life, finding a compromise and a peaceful outcome is supposed to be a virtue. In chess, people complain. Or in any other sport, in fairness.
Yeah, people
especially in chess.
Yeah, people generally like to complain, I think. And yeah, you need to take with the bishop. Vesin took with the queen. Then this game is still alive, though, because after bishop c6, white will at least win the b5 pawn.
Doesn't matter.
Well, I mean, it's slightly less balanced here. Knight c4.
It's a draw. Pas de problème.
You think?
Oui. That is the extent of my French.
Okay.
But nah, this is nothing. If I don't lose this pawn immediately.
That was what I was trying to figure out, if you're actually losing this pawn immediately, but you're not. After bishop c6, there is also bishop b4, very useful intermediate.
Zwischenzug.
Yeah, forcing white to take, and then after rook e2, black has rook d4, and you can't actually attack the c4 pawn anymore. Yeah, so. But it does feel, I don't know, a little dodgy, but maybe it's an optical illusion.
How's the talented Monsieur vachier-lagrave doing?
He hasn't taken on e6, which could be...
Is Magnus gonna punish him?
No, but rook h6 is now...
rook h6, gotcha.
Rook h6 is now a possibility to avoid that change of structure.
But hang on. I thought we can still get the same structure, but I saw your devious little trick now. Rook e8 is the point, eh? Because this, I guess, is still...
It's the same, yeah. It's the same. Should be a reasonably comfortable draw for
either side.
For either side, yeah, true.
But there is this.
Yeah, rook c4, you take on e6 twice, I can take on c6, but then I am somewhat annoyingly pinned, yeah, king h7. Might actually be in trouble.
Yeah, this looks unpleasant all of a sudden. Might still be a draw, but it's hard to untangle.
Yeah, I think I've completely destroyed my credibility with Norwegian TV then. Because I said in an
Don't want to
interview...
do that.
Yeah, that was horrible from me. I said that, Magnus doesn't really have any winning chances whatsoever. And it might still be true objectively, but I have a feeling that, the general trend is downwards for MVL here.
Also, the good news is if you say that on Norwegian TV, not a single viewer is going to believe you anyway.
Could also be true, yeah.
So rook d4. But is this really trouble?
I'm not sure, I don't know.
This is a move you don't really want to play. It's so ugly.
Yeah, it's not a nice thing to do.
Might be the best, but nah.
No, it still doesn't feel like a winning attempt, and you are kind of ruining your structure. And if black somehow manages to play, let's say, king f7 and rook h8, it's...
Yeah, this feels risky all of a sudden.
It's gonna feel awkward. It's gonna feel awkward, and yeah, the machine suggests this is still fine, but who knows?
What does it know?
Who knows?
So yeah, looks like Magnus out of trouble and potentially even slightly better off. Then again,
yeah, the margins are still fairly small,
we
but
might be hypnotized by the computer. I'll switch it off because the computer gives black a tiny edge after rook h6, but not much.
yeah.
We'll see how this goes. Draw, big favorite. Anish Giri is a big favorite to lose this game, believe it or not. Takes. He's played knight f2.
Yeah, but just take on e6. One knight goes to c3, another one goes to c6, and yeah. Even without the d5 pawn, I would not feel particularly comfortable with.
Well, he wants to go knight d3.
Knight c6.
Target this guy.
Yeah, that's what I meant. One goes to c3, one goes to c6. And that setup is rock solid. I mean, it will be very difficult to shake these pieces.
Just looks lost to me.
Yeah, knight c3. You might even reinforce it with d4. Yeah, and it also feels like you know, we've seen this against MVL. He occasionally gets a bit
Flabbergasted.
no, what I wanted to say is it's probably unfair. I started thinking back, and I think this may be unfair. But I wanted to say somewhat dispirited when things don't go his way.
Yeah, I'm not sure, because he's a very tough defender, but no, I don't think that's the case.
Yeah, I thought about it, and I think it's really.
So against MVL, his position just turned very bad within 2 moves. I'm not sure there was so much he could have done.
But he did find a setup which, at least for now, stops the knight from appearing on c3. He went knight d3, knight 6, and rook fc1 with the idea of meeting knight c3, obviously with knight takes b4.
Which is probably still bad, but
You can take, and even take on a2, but that probably is a draw. You can go rook e2 here.
Rook e2.
Yeah, you can go.
Takes. How do you?
You take on a2 and go knight g1. I think this should be a draw. No? Or maybe not. I don't know. Rook f1, h3. I take. I go rook a1. Might not be a draw. Who knows? Rook c2 and d4.
Yeah, no clue. But even here, black is pushing. It feels like there should be more.
But also in the current position, in the one they have on the board right now, I was wondering if d4 makes any sense, but it only creates targets, I think. Yeah.
Yeah, then this rook goes somewhere.
Yeah, probably c4. Yeah. Because if I could get d4 and knight c3 in at the same time, I would sort of more or less win on the spot. Is rook e3 a move?
Understood. It looks like a move.
It looks like a decent move, actually.
It even looks like a decent move.
Knight c3. Yeah, I'm not sure I'm getting the most out of it.
Kicking.
Yeah, still kicking. Although, once again, here I can do the same here, but it might not be enough. Like knight a2, there's rook a4 maybe. Because this actually, with the rook on b4, I have a feeling this might be winning. Because h3 I will take, I will play rook a1, and you will have to take. And then I think the d-pawn will decide. Very likely, a2 and the d-pawn runs. d3, d2, and so on and so forth, yeah. Yeah, this should solve black's issues, but I'm not sure rook takes a2 is forced at all. I mean, you have rook a4, you have rook d4 maybe. No, d4 is wrong.
d4
no, you take knight b4. Yeah, this is resignable, but yeah, rook a4 is the one that worries me. I can maybe take on b3, but then the a pawn will drop in those rook endgames, and you'll get 3 against 2, which you probably don't win. Check knight g1, yeah, and h3 once again.
Yeah, this is excellent drawing chances at least.
Sure. Yeah, it feels like you're selling a position. Hang on, rook b2 here.
Tricks.
It's actually winning.
That's cute and weird.
This is actually winning.
Does work, yeah?
Yeah. Just finishes the game there and then, actually. Because rook g1, g2 is a threat you can't really stop.
No, you have to take, but this is just lost here. Never in time to win the d-pawn.
Yeah. Yeah, it's just completely dead.
Yep.
So rook e3 is one candidate. What else could we possibly be missing here?
There's many options. I can of go here, let's say. Prepare this.
Rook c5.
Oops. Yeah, I don't feel good giving you that b5 knight somehow.
Although it might also be very strong. Yeah, takes h3 or something and pretend my life situation improved somehow.
I want it here. Black is still much better, of course. But
Yeah. No, precision is still required.
This, maybe I'm just winning.
Yeah, I mean, the issues remain the same. Your a2 pawn is weak in every single endgame.
So let's have a look at Niels Grandelius' position, which has greatly improved after f4, queen a4. Can we call it equal or unclear, or what's the
Equal, I think, is
verdict
strong,
now?
yeah, but it's a much better version than what he had before, definitely.
You don't want to go a3. Probably you can take, right? Yeah, I don't see why not.
Yeah.
Then again, this is not much of a threat because of rook a1. Can white go d5? Oh no, d5 we
Once
take
again,
here as well.
you're trying to drop that. You know, black probably wants to play maybe b6 next move to cut some squares off, and yeah, black has no immediate threats or even maybe arguably ideas.
What does white want though? Knight c5 I was thinking about, but then take some b6.
Or rook c8 first even.
Even rook c8, even better.
Yeah, no, but b6 wins
b6
a pawn, yeah,
fine.
b6 wins a pawn, yeah, correct.
So white, all of a sudden it's much harder to keep control, or at least it feels like it.
Yeah.
So there is hope.
There is definitely hope, and in the Giri Hare Krishna game, I thought of something. Let's just get back to that for a second. If you go knight c3 here, knight b4, knight takes b4, rook takes c3. Our issue is because the rook on a1 is kind of well suited to fighting against the rook. I mean, against the knight on e2 when it appears. Can we go rook e2 here and try to take with the rook?
Certainly can.
I think this might be incredibly strong, actually.
Looks
Like
horrible.
like rook c7, trying to get another rook behind. I go rook a8 here.
Oh, you don't take?
No, I just don't take. I go rook 8 and then I take.
Gotcha. Yeah, white is never in time to get both rooks on the 7.
I think this has to be crushing. Yeah.
7, rook a2, yeah.
Yeah, and you also have
Rook
first
e1.
rank issues. Yeah, knight d3. Yeah.
Knight d3.
Yeah, you're just not in time.
Let's just...
And Hari does play knight c3, so we could very easily actually see something like this on the board.
Ari's gonna win this game.
It does feel like that, yes.
He's not the type to forgive in such a technical position. This is right up his wheelhouse.
Absolutely, yeah. So,
In his wheelhouse.
what's happening in MVL Carlsen?
Carlsen played the best move. He does that sometimes. Oh no, he started with rook 8.
Yeah, he did it.
Maybe didn't.
He did it the other way around. And now I think if white wants to equalize, he probably can play something like bishop d6 check and rook a4 or something, and just go on after the a7 pawn.
Yeah.
Or maybe the immediate rook a4 is even stronger. I don't know. It feels like this should be reasonably level now.
How does black equalize?
Knight. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I didn't really think about that because I thought, black seems to have stabilized and shouldn't be in much trouble at all. But
But if I get this, it's equal pawns and I have better pieces.
yeah, definitely. Rook 8, rook a1 doesn't seem particularly attractive, right? Yeah, good question.
Back and forth, but it looks like rook h6 was more precise than starting with rook a8, because in main lines you want this rook on a8.
And rook a4 has been played, so this is now an actual question you need to answer.
That's a bit odd, unless there's some obvious, freeing maneuver.
Yeah, no, this suddenly looks kind of unpleasant for black.
No, it looks like rook e8 was serious misstep. Huh?
Yeah, on the one hand it looks natural, but actually by playing rook e8 you absolutely force white to play in the correct fashion, because you no longer have the option of taking on e6, so you switch to other plans. And I think it was very useful for black to try and force white to take on e6 as early as possible, because that would limit his exposure, so to speak.
So long term, white wants to keep this powerful knight against the
Yeah, absolutely.
bad bishop.
So both rook h6 and maybe even simply running the a-pawn down the board after rook d4, like playing a5 immediately, could have been a better bet.
That is odd. Now after rook a4, things are no longer simple.
No. Yeah,
Thinking about going mad with f5 or something, but that's
but
probably
you're still
suicide.
pinned, and also there's g5. I mean, you can start with g5 and f4. Yeah, I forgot about bishop g7, and just kind of wins on the spot probably.
No.
What's the time
Carlsen
situation?
is to defend. He can't have much time left because he spent so much in
Yeah,
the opening. He's
he's
10
down.
minutes left.
He's down to 10 minutes against 37 for MVL, and he made a bit of a mistake there. So, yeah, this is not going to be pleasant from here on out.
Maybe you have to go all the way back.
No, but that also, this rook on h6 is just a horrible piece.
Can we do something with it? Maybe not.
I don't see what. This is the problem. Yeah, I mean, a7 seems to fall, and you will also have to trade the rooks, leaving basically white will have the rook on a7 against the rook on h6, and this is,
It's not a fair matchup.
yeah, this is not good.
No. We'll see, but all of a sudden, yeah, Magnus Carlsen, just when it looked like he had most of the hard work done, he committed this one probably serious inaccuracy with rook e8.
Yeah, that was maybe the first actually imprecise move he made in the game, and it might cost him dearly there. We don't know for sure, but currently the position seems very, very unpleasant for the world champion. And Harry did go for the line we were discussing, so I expect rook a8 here, and I don't really see what white can do about it, to be honest. It just feels like it's all coming down.
I'm just wondering if one even needs that, but yeah, it looks good.
I think allowing rook a7 will be imprecise here.
Right.
Suddenly overusing this word for some reason. Yeah, I don't see.
Winning, right?
With the pawn on h3, you would feel maybe there is some way, but like I don't know, knight g4, rook a2, rook e1 once again, and hope rook e7 happens. If not for the back rank problems, this would be, yeah, like rook g2. If you imagine the pawn on h3 in this position, I can actually play rook e7 and I probably make a draw. Very likely. Yeah, and king h2 here. But yeah, the pawn is on h2, so.
Is there any hope in stuff
No,
like this?
knight never really is enough, just a2. Yeah, if you can't include the second rook in the attack, you will never be fast enough here. A1 just wins. Yeah. Rook g1 was winning. Knight c2 was winning. Everything was winning there. So yeah. So it seems that Harry is very close to winning a second in a row after a very slow start where he lost to Magnus in round 1 and was, I think maybe describing it as struggling is maybe a bit strong, but
Yeah, he had this shaky game against Niels where he was first doing fine, but then almost lost it, and yeah, now it looks like he's arrived.
yeah, very, very nice to see relative newcomers to this level doing well in their first tournament.
Really? Because if he does well, he might overtake you again in the live rating list. Which
As I mentioned, I'm very fine with that. I like Harry. Wish him.
oh, he's already ahead of you.
Yeah, I mean,
Even with a draw, he stays ahead of you.
it's hopeless. I should just.
2762.4, and you only have
If he wins,
2762.0.
if he wins today, there is another storyline which could become interesting. Yeah, he will be 3 points behind Vichy on the live rating list.
Right. But that storyline's been around for a while. He even briefly overtook him for a day or two. But yeah, for your sake, you got to root against Pavel Ilyanov today as well. He's dangerously close.
I don't really do any of that.
I know, I'm just playing, because Veselin Topalov, if he wins today, would also overtake you. Just saying, could be a very bad day at the office.
Yeah.
So let's check all your
Various nemesises.
nemesises. Oh, if it's the correct word. No, Veselin is not going to win.
Yeah, Veselin is not winning. But he's
safe
probably also not losing this position. And
The good news is Li Chao is far behind. He's 7 points behind, so even if he wins, he's not catching him.
why is this suddenly such a storyline? Please stop.
I'm trying to make it one. I'm not sure if I'm succeeding.
Well,
Rook b8, it's a draw, right?
should be. Yeah, I don't. Knight on f6 is just very, very solid. And you can start. Yeah, although, yeah, this is. How unpleasant is this? Rook e8, probably. Yeah, I see what he did there. Hang on, knight c6 on the previous move. But I can just play bishop b6 first, because if I take on e2, I lose the b5 pawn. But
Even this, I'm not sure how
yeah,
scared
bishop,
you are.
bishop b5, knight e4. Even this might hold. Yeah, true.
Just a draw.
True. Yeah, we expect this to end peacefully because it seems like the margins are very, very small here.
Yeah, I think Topalov actually played a good game because he was ambushed with all this rook c1, b3 stuff. But it feels like he's played the best moves. Or
Yeah,
I'm not sure.
he solved all of his issues very efficiently there, it seems. And Magnus played king g8, and he's also down to 8 minutes for whatever it is, 13 moves. Yeah, this is no longer a nice position at all. Rook a7.
Suffering.
Yeah, this is no longer particularly fun. Because more or less every single white piece is better than its black counterpart here.
Yeah.
I think this is a fair description. Maybe he wants to go knight b4, but doesn't feel like it does much. Even c3 actually is possible. There are no squares. Knight on c5 is an incredibly powerful piece. You can even just play c3 here, I think. Although knight c2 might be a move. Rook e2, bishop c4 is my idea.
You and your crazy jumps. This seems to work, yeah?
This does seem to work, but first of all, rook e2 is not forced, and c3 is also not forced. So you could maybe make a slightly better move here.
Maybe.
Of some sort. Like bishop c3 probably forces knight to go back, actually.
That's what I was trying to figure out.
Yeah, rook e2 just captures the knight here. Yeah, it's a tarp. So it goes back to d5, and then white can choose between bishop d2 or maybe bishop d4 or somewhere. Bishop d2 looks sensible. Maybe playing c4 next, hitting this horrible rook on h6.
Yeah, no, this is unpleasant.
It definitely is, yeah.
So it could be a big day for the overall tournament situation. If Magnus were to lose this, which it's not a given, I still think he's a favorite to defend this position, but it's not going to be fun. But if he were to lose, MVL would overtake him. Kramnik, should he win, would
join them. But yeah, we haven't seen this in a while. But I think
back in with.
But I think this is probably a draw. He for some reason that's unfair. I think bishop b4 is such a large threat here that he felt he needs to probably take on e1 with a knight. He took this. I don't quite understand. I thought the idea was take with the knight and bring it to g3 to at least stop the bishop from getting to b4. But bishop d6, bishop d4, any of those two moves.
Égalité.
Yeah, that should be fraternité, easily.
That too.
But
so
yeah,
rook takes. I'm guessing hg. Just
yeah, hg because why?
General
why
chess
not?
culture.
Maybe he wants to go rook c1, but that should lead to everything coming off, right?
How?
Bishop b4, bishop takes a5.
Oh, you take here first, yeah.
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 This should be just dead.
I'll find a way to bungle it, but
As
even
a
this is a draw.
This is Is it a draw for white though?
No, that's my point.
Yeah. No, I mean you don't lose this with white.
Yeah, looks like mass simplifications are impending.
Yeah, so draw is a heavy favorite in this game, so let's let them be for a while and have a look at the other stuff.
What's the other stuff? Niels Grandelius retreat.
It's interesting. After rook d1, he went back to d7, kind of hinting.
This looks nice here.
Yeah, I'm not sure what. I guess he felt
he.
Yeah, I guess he felt he doesn't have many useful moves, and B, he wants the rook on c8, which is very understandable.
Maybe he's fishing for. Maybe he thought the best move for white is rook c1 to stop that, and then he can go back.
Yeah,
and
but Pavel
find a new idea.
Yeah, Pavel is on -1 still, so yeah, very unlikely he'll take a draw by repetition. So this is the position, and now white can play d5 finally. Maybe queen g4 there. Queen g4, rook d2, or rook e1.
Can I go here?
Yes, bishop d4. But it does feel a bit loose from white, right?
I can't
Pieces.
see it, but
There's also bishop f6 and d6. I'm not sure this is bad.
yeah, that's what I was wondering. Even d6.
Or maybe even the immediate d6. Yeah, I forgot about that. It probably is d7. It might be very strong. No, d7 I think is even stronger. Because how do you stop rook d8 check? And Pavel has played d5. I mean, as I mentioned, I'm somewhat surprised he hasn't done it earlier, but he's not going to miss a second opportunity in one game to make a move as natural as this. So
So let's look at this move. But some of this endgame, unless there's some very direct threat, I'd be worried. Maybe there is. Yeah? Takes.
no, here it's slightly awkward. I don't want to allow the knight to get to c4, and it might actually in this position. So let's start with rook d2 instead of queen takes g4.
Okay.
I don't know if this is stronger than rook e1, but I like covering the second rank for now.
Takes rook c4. You have king f3. Worst case
yeah,
scenario,
yeah.
maybe something good too.
Yeah, those endgames actually are quite tricky.
Yeah, in general, I don't think black wants to go for an endgame unless there's direct dividends, right?
Yeah. No, I think you...
Maybe you have to play it humbly.
But then you are, I think, going to be slightly worse. Like,
No, I agree. But
like rook d2, queen f3 creates a threat of e5. And also you're kind of lacking for active moves there.
no, but need to do something. If queen a4 doesn't work, I don't like queen g4. What else is there?
Yeah, that is a good point.
Bishop g7 at least. I eliminate d6 trickery. And I want to go back here.
Let's go rook d2. You might have queen a4 anyway, right?
I'm planning to do that against most moves.
I mean, arguably white is slightly better even after bishop takes f6, but it's a very drastic decision. Takes.
You
I'm not
take with the bishop, right?
I'm not sure,
if
to
you
be
spend
honest,
a
yeah.
second on this.
I do.
Pawn on e4.
I do, because the pawn is on f4, not with the pawn on f2, but with the pawn on f4 I do think about this, because bishop f6, e5, bishop g7 is also incredibly miserable. I'm not sure we lose this, but we will be pressured.
Yeah. No, EF doesn't look ridiculous. The bishop has a future here.
Sure, yeah. And just briefly, the Giri Hare Krishna game finally reached the position we were discussing after rook a8, and Anish is thinking, but you get the feeling it might be a bit too late.
Yeah, it's just lost. Let's get a computer opinion. -3. That's too much, and probably growing.
Yeah, three and going further downwards.
Closing in on 4. No, it's just lost. Rook a8, I believe, was the last precise move. Even resigning here might be a little premature, but wouldn't surprise me all that much.
Well, from some people present.
You would have resigned 10 moves ago, but
that's what I was trying to get to. Yeah, some people would have by now, but not Anish. And moves in MVL Carlsen.
Niels played my move, bishop g7. Skills. What's going on here?
I'm not entirely sure, but the bishop on c8 is very, very miserable, and rook a8 is a huge threat now. So,
Well, his distance 4 means the bishop controls the knight, but not if the knight is sitting pretty on a square like this.
yeah. No, it's
The
very
rook
awkward.
is also very dumb. This knight is really...
Yeah, which is why maybe you combine the two ideas and you play rook d6 here, trying to at least get it to d8.
Even on d8 it might get pinned.
Sure, but I honestly don't see a better move there. Bishop e6 just looks very, very awkward.
So how to proceed from here? I could use all my prophylactics thinking skills and stop you from rook d8.
It probably is a strong move here. Question is, after, let's say, bishop e6, do we win or not? But
Yeah, maybe not.
yeah, I mean, it has to be said that this is still 3 against 3. So if black manages to somehow consolidate and get his pieces to somewhat better positions than they are right now, his drawing chances will be very, very significant.
Yeah.
But currently it's very awkward.
Let me cheat again. I'm very cheaty today. Yeah, rook d6 is best, and so is bishop a5. We on fire. Bishop e6, knight e4, rook d7,
Rook d6 has been
Republic.
played in the meantime. Yeah.
king h7. Okay, the computer wants this, which black should survive somehow.
The computer probably feels he will pick up the c pawn after rook a6, but even those rook endgames might very well end up being drawn. So, yeah, if this is the best white has,
This is rook ending a draw. I'm a horrible rook endgame player. Like I wouldn't be sure.
rook d2. I think this one is actually a
If
reasonable.
you get the rook to d2.
Yeah, no, this one is a reasonably
I'm
simple
so-
draw, but
So let's do better. Can I go here? You can't take on c2.
I can I can play c5. I think. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I was asking if in this line
Yeah,
rook
bishop
d2
hangs,
takes,
so yeah.
but the bishop is hanging, so yeah. He's slow. Okay, then maybe this is the most subtle.
Yeah. No, I'm still not
I'd lose
sure.
this.
No, definitely. I mean, it's very possible to lose this position with black, but whether this is objectively lost or not is a different question. I think it's probably closer to a draw. But yeah, MVL will
Say, but
MVL
yes.
will definitely torture Magnus here.
Yeah. Not a pleasant day at the office for Magnus from here on out. And he's also low on time. How much time does he have left?
3 minutes, it says.
3 minutes for 10 moves. Chess24.com doesn't listen. They just tweeted good news for Svidler's Norwegian TV pundit career. Magnus is now in some trouble. That's bad news.
Yeah, I'm not sure whether there's any news that is good in that respect, but
That is a topic that we will keep following closely. Bad news for Anish Giri all over the place today.
yeah. And the thing is, once you find this idea of rook a2 and rook a8, from here on out, it's like automatic.
Smooth sailing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You take on
queen
a2.
pawn.
You take on a2, remove the rook from a2, go a3, a2, a1, queen.
I believe I would win this. Rook to d2.
Queen a4 has been played by Nielsen. Yeah, bishop d4
here.
here.
And then you have to decide if you want to exchange bishops. I don't want to, but maybe there's nothing better to do. Eh?
Yeah, then you definitely are slightly worse. But
Yeah,
with
like
the pawn on f4 though, there's always some counterplay against the king, so it's not really horrible if you go knight e8 here. Or
pass, h5, whatever. h3 maybe you don't play, yeah, I'm not sure. Probably do.
yeah, black probably includes b6 somewhere to not blunder knight a5 or knight c5 at any point. It's useful for endgames as well.
Yeah. No, I'd be panicking about giving this square, but probably.
Yeah, that
Bigger worries.
also is a valid concern actually. Yeah. Yeah, but this position doesn't look horrible for black, to be honest.
No, these pawns are losing.
Yeah, I think there's enough counterplay somehow, and the material is limited enough that you should feel you should survive this.
We shall see. Now it's crunch time. 10 moves to be made for either side, and probably they don't have lots of time left, do they? Well, 14 against 17 minutes, no time trouble, but this is a complicated position, and you think a bit, all of a sudden you are in time trouble.
Sure. Kramnik Aronian is about to
That's
end
less
on a draw. Yeah,
complicated.
yeah, that one is more or less done with. One final precise move, knight e1, to have knight d3 in this position, so as not to lose the f2 pawn. So yeah, this one is more or less over.
And I believe so is Li Chao Topalov, even though Li Chao is trying to create a little something, but nah.
Yeah,
it's a draw.
perhaps it's time to go knight d7 check and
Let's go home.
yeah,
He shouldn't blunder this, but I do not think he will.
embrace the rest day.
There is another rest day tomorrow, so in case you weren't aware of that, don't show up here at 4 p.m. and then complain, why is there no show? People aren't playing tomorrow. There's a big expedition planned to, what's it called, Pulpit Rock?
Pulpit Rock, yeah.
Pulpit Rock, which you will join.
Depending on the weather and other factors which are less easy to quantify.
Your mood?
Yeah, that as well.
I got it. Rook f1 played by Anish Giri.
But you get the feeling more or less any move here wins. Like 93 still wins with the idea of rook f2 to even cut off that avenue.
What did I do earlier? Rook d2
yeah,
looked pretty good, right?
just rook d2
push.
followed by a2. I think it's just it's one check. Basically, rook g7.
White is at least missing this tempo.
Yeah, rook g7 is just one check. So Hari will carefully check that he's not missing any details here.
Any
And
perpetuals here,
yeah, no.
which you aren't, because this queen, which I shouldn't have done,
No, but
covers a lot of squares.
actually, even without including the queen, there is no perpetual anyway. But yeah. queen takes g7 also is an idea, if you were so inclined. And rook d2 has been played by Hari Krishna. Yeah, that game is nearing its conclusion there as well.
It's resign time.
Yeah, so we already have one game which is 99% certain will end in a decisive result.
I didn't force you to do predictions today, but I think had we done them, we would have gotten a lot of them wrong.
Yeah, I think no disrespect to Hari, but we wouldn't have taken him with black against Anish. I would have taken a draw.
I wouldn't take anybody in the world with black against Anish.
Yeah, I think that's very fair.
And Pavel Elyanov. This is a position from 80 moves ago. This is the current position. Yeah, he's going to play bishop d4 and keep trying, but for now, Niels is very much in the game. MVL has also taken some prophylactic thinking lessons and came up with the move bishop a5 just to stop this rook d8. The computer gives this move, just FYI.
Stunned.
Takes some rook g6.
You know,
might hold actually.
I think you never ever do this, but it might be decent. Yeah.
This might be the best way to play this.
Yeah, it does tend to happen a lot with computer suggestions, but I mean, if Magnus actually does this on 3 minutes...
Magnus has a history of playing bishop takes g4 when there's a pawn on f3.
True that.
He had this game against Knightage where he sacrificed a piece on g4, and MVL created the hashtag bishop takes g4 WTF. So they're both familiar with the idea, but does this hold? Let's check for a second. Rook g6.
Yeah,
King somewhere,
rook g4, and the thing is,
and this is very active.
He did take on g4.
He took, wow.
Hashtag is alive.
Hashtag's back.
Yeah, Magnus is a hashtag activist of some sort, I guess. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I'm color me greatly impressed.
I must tweet.
Yeah.
Probably I'm not supposed to write tweets during the live show, but who cares, right?
Really? Laufer?
I always do that and then I correct myself because I still think in German, so
No, this is incredibly impressive on 3 minutes, I think.
It makes his life a lot easier too, because you get rid of all the dumb pieces. The knight on d5 is good, and the rook activates.
No, it's a very, very strong practical decision, and also might be the best move. I'm just saying that, you know, in game conditions, to go for this, because if you're wrong about this, you probably just lose. Whereas if you go bishop b6, you suffer, but you don't lose immediately. So I mean, it's
it looks like he's right, and you might, skip the suffering part.
Yeah. No, as I said,
So can White keep this pawn? That's the first question.
Seemingly the answer is no. 91, but
it's passive, but at least the pawn is still alive.
I think you need to do this because I mean, if the c pawn goes, it's just a draw.
It's just a draw.
The point is, after rook a4, you're kind of lacking moves to make here. You can't unpin yourself naturally on the a file because bishop b6 is just knight takes b6 wins the whole piece, and if you start moving your king towards the queen side, the g pawn probably will start running, distracting you quite severely.
Yeah, I'd start worrying about losing with white as usual, because if you stay too passive, these guys are coming.
Yeah, so let's say
if you go knight f3, I go back. So
there's also maybe
is there a mate? No, that can't be mate, right?
No, shouldn't be mate. Although you probably do continue here after g6 because it feels like there are weaknesses. And another thing I want to mention: rook knight and bishop. No, not lot lines. I mean, sort of theoretical. I'm not as well, booked up on this as I should be maybe, but I do know that knight, bishop and rook do win against the knight and bishop if the bishops are of opposite color.
There was this game recently, Meyer-Sargsyan, where Meyer didn't win it, but it was supposed to be winning.
Yeah, and I also had a historical game against Evgeny Bareyev with that material on the board, but that was ages ago. So, but against rook, knight and bishop against rook and knight probably be a draw, I suspect.
Rook, knight, bishop, rook, knight. Why?
Because the knight will be easier to use in defense than the bishop of opposite color. I think the reason it's winning, is that because the stronger side just gives mate because the bishop is not participating in the defense of the king.
Can't I just exchange the knights?
Trolling of the highest level.
No, but yeah. Seriously, I'm not sure. I also lack knowledge. I haven't read Secrets of Pawnless Endings and similar works on those matters, but I would have a feeling there must be good winning chances in that too.
Yeah, which is the reason I brought this up is that in the line you were showing just now, king f2, rook g4, knight d3, rook c4, knight e1, rook a4, knight f3, rook c4, knight g5 takes, let's say king f3, I don't know if it matters or not. You do feel reasonably confident, maybe, I'm not sure, because there's the pin is back. But if, let's say, the bishop escapes the pin, you do feel reasonably confident of picking up both the g6 pawn and the c6 pawn. And then you get this endgame, and you definitely play on, because it is not an immediate draw whatsoever.
Speaking of immediate draw, no, that's a terrible segue, because Harry won his game, and he's going to be with us in a minute, probably, after talking to the good people over at TV2. He's being run back and forth over there. He looks very confused, but probably happier than confused. 2 out of 2 for the Indian, still number 2, but he's closing in on Vichy. A very impressive little Zwischenspurt.
Okay. Please don't do that anymore.
Sprint, I believe, is the English word, but I like Zwischenspurt better.
That whole word it just means sprint.
It means it's like Zwischenzug. It's an intermediate run.
Okay. If it actually meant literally sprint, I would be even more flabbergasted.
No,
about
sprint means sprint, but Zwischenspurt, I'm not sure there's a precise English translation. See, I switched to German mentally. I'm saying English, not English. Zwischenspurt, English. Between spurt, yeah, that's ridiculous.
Yeah, that's not gonna work. Anyway, we should probably cut short our linguistic exercises.
Yeah, let's go on a mini break, and we're gonna be back with either both of the players or the winner of this game. See you guys soon, very soon.
Welcome back. This is our first post-mortem of the day, and the game between Anish Giri and Pintala Harikrishna finished in a black victory. So tell us about your impressions. What do you think happened?
Well, I think knight d1 is probably the most challenging after b6, and I think also a4 is quite interesting, but there is nothing wrong with c3. Yeah, and I thought maybe white could go a3 and knight f2 just to wait for my bishop a6. Maybe.
Yeah, I guess knight c6 a5 comes. With
Sorry? Yeah, knight
c6.
c6. Yeah, yes. Yes. I mean a3 here and this, yeah. And this you go here.
Bishop a6, knight c4, I guess.
Yeah, but still it's not. I mean, it looks black is fine, but I'm not completely sure.
Yeah, I have plenty of options like that on every move, obviously.
Yeah, because queen e to bishop c1 and some kind of attack on the king. Yeah. But okay, and
yeah, it didn't look very harmonious. Also, the previous line for white, but thought.
But maybe here okay. Knight f2, no? Just to have bishop d3, knight d3.
Knight d3. Yeah, but then maybe c4 a3 already is there.
c4 a3 might be useful for black.
Yes.
I mean, after taking on d3.
You were also playing very fast. We had an impression, the impression that you may still be in home prep by this point, because like by f5 you spent like less than 10 minutes, I think. Or no,
a little bit more, but sometimes you play bad and slow, and today I just played bad. So.
Actually, after e5, yeah, this is playable.
This is fine.
And there's also.
Now white is better.
There's also this strange move which might be decent, actually.
Knight e3 coming, yeah.
Yeah, with knight e3.
Yeah, that's what I was expecting actually. I felt that this was.
Did you consider f6 seriously here?
Of course, yeah. Yeah, I should have played it. But I was not so sure.
And bishop h6 to the
bishop takes.
F5.
Bishop h6, I think f5.
Yeah, f8 is maybe the only move, but I think it's quite strong.
No, I have to play f5. There's no.
Bishop takes. Knight f2 maybe just.
I was
maybe calculating something like this.
Yeah, and f5 probably.
And knight g4 f5.
Yeah.
I can even take maybe. It doesn't look very clear what white's gonna do here.
Maybe I can include cd4 if.
Yeah, you could. You
maybe
could. I could also take. I'm not sure I really want to take this pawn so much, but this was an interesting option.
Some a3 and b4 maybe. Okay, it's not clear.
Yeah,
it's not clear. It's not clear.
Yeah. Also, there is this bishop h6 move.
Yes.
But probably black plays bishop g7 here or something.
He could do that, yeah.
Because rook e8, knight e3 we thought was tremendously dangerous.
The problem is also.
No, but I will play f5 after knight e3. I mean bishop g7, king g7, knight e3. I have to play, I think. Maybe even this it's quite dangerous. Maybe f2 because f5 you have knight d3.
I had to play this. This looks more fun.
Sorry?
I had to play this.
Yes. Clearly, this is the way.
Yeah.
Okay, here.
Yeah, I thought it was. If I played this, you will go knight e5. I thought so.
Yeah.
Maybe not. Yeah, maybe not. Maybe I just give it like that. Yeah, but I'm not sure. I was not very. Yeah, here of course black is already happy.
Probably knight f2 is.
Yeah, the machine says a3 is still okay
a3,
for white probably. Yeah.
Absolutely. Yeah, I realized that. Well, I mean, I saw this of course, but I was under the impression that there should be some move here. But it didn't appear to me.
Well, it's unpleasant probably for white already.
Yeah, I mean I could play a3 of course.
Could maybe take c takes b4.
Here?
No. After b3, b4.
You mean in the game?
In the game, yeah, like in the game. C takes b4.
Knight takes.
Yeah, what is this by the way?
No, then the queen a6 and queen e6 check.
Not so sure. You mean this, yeah?
Yes. Queen e6, rook f7, king h1, knight e5, rook f7, knight f7.
I'm forced, yeah?
I'm not sure.
No, if you go there, rook f2, rook f1 and king h1.
Yes, so rook f7.
So you have to play rook f7, king h1, knight e5, rook f7, knight f7, rook f1 and queen e8 is mate.
Yeah, this is good for white. Yeah, and if just knight
no,
before?
it's lost.
Yeah, after knight before.
Knight before I have to play, but I mean it's.
I think black is already maybe slightly better, but.
But still the game goes. I mean.
Yeah, no, I was under
knight
impression
h3.
that this position was not so bad if I'd play some move like rook e1, but It was not really. Yeah, it was really bad actually. Yeah, I misassessed it. I mean, I thought I'm not comfortable anymore, but I should be able to hold it. But then initially I missed that there is
Knight f2 and knight e5.
that there is 95 in this move order. This was what I missed initially, because if I have king h1, at least I
Yes,
pieces get
yes,
very active.
yes,
So
yes.
this was very important. And the thing is, even after rook e1, I'm not threatening king h1 because of the same thing.
Yep.
So it's difficult. But I played very badly afterwards. I think if I don't play 91, game still continues. But after queen b5, it's
Yeah, I think
there
knight
is this
d1 is.
95 move here,
Yeah, 95.
You get a much better version of the game because queen b5 probably is still the
Yes,
best
I
move.
have to play queen b3.
yeah, the pawn is not hanging because
Knight d7 and rook
I think.
e1, I think.
It gets messy. I mean, I'm not sure how good this is for white.
No,
it
but
is.
knight c5 is there, yeah?
Yeah.
rook c8, rook e1,
Rook e1, yeah.
d6.
Maybe knight g4 here or something.
Yeah,
There are
I
some
have
jumps
a
now.
lot of activity here.
Yeah. Suddenly
Yeah,
you get counterplay. So queen b5.
Yeah,
No, black is still better.
No, I will play queen b5, yeah. I wanted to
But
play
you win
queen
the b4
b5.
pawn at least.
Yes. You get the b4 pawn.
Exactly.
I mean, takes and knight d3.
So yeah, knight e3.
This-
E d3, yeah.
It's still
I have to
unpleasant
take
for you,
knight
though.
before rook e2 and game goes.
Yeah. It's
Knight fg3 and okay.
it's probably still unpleasant, but it's
Yeah.
of course an improvement.
Yeah, but I saw queen b5 here actually, and then I forgot about it.
Here queen b5 you had queen
Well, the thing
somewhere
is that
e3 or something. Yeah?
It's a much better version than the game. I have a lot of interest.
Okay, also you can take and play knight d3 of course.
At the very least, yeah.
Yeah.
But I mean, I saw the idea, but here I just forgot about it.
Yeah, after queen d3, rook a8 was very strong, but that
Sorry, what?
rook a8.
Yeah, I was thinking rook a7 worried me a lot, but rook a8 is maybe even better.
Rook a8, knight g5, rook a5. There's actually machine says there's no attack, but
Yeah, I was worried about rook a7 actually, but rook a8 looks good.
I didn't see rook a8.
Yeah, in general, the position is very, very bad, and I underestimated the. I mean, it's clear. It was clear to me that I'm on the bad side of it, but I didn't realize how bad it was. Otherwise, I would have probably tried harder to put resistance here.
yeah, and after knight d1, queen b5, it's more or less
Yeah, I think it's perfect.
resigned.
Yeah, they were.
Okay, maybe you could come back knight f2, but okay, I mean.
Yeah, but then just take 26.
Yeah, no.
It's hopeless.
Yeah, this is not very
Yeah,
good
in the
anymore.
game, it's important that here.
Yeah, there was
He has
one
rook
trick
a8.
I think. Yeah, rook a8 I had to. But I saw nice trick actually. I mean here, after rook c7, if I take this, you go here, this, and this.
Yeah, you have.
Yeah, and
This is
but rook
nice.
a8. Yeah, I saw that already, but I don't think I have a defense here any longer.
Yeah.
And after rook a8, it's important that here he wins the tempo with rook c2.
Yes.
Otherwise, I would go.
Yes. Rook e7 and etc. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that probably is already lost.
Yeah, good game by black player.
Okay, so at least there's the rest day tomorrow. Yeah,
Yeah, that's very good.
Any plans? I know this is not a favorite question, but
Yeah, I need to recover from my bad play, and I am very, very happy about the rest day. Maybe if I had seen this coming, I would have tried to neutralize Fatala with white and then enter the rest day, but I didn't know things were that bad.
yeah. And for you, Harry, we have this. Gusti called it a Zwischenspurt.
What?
Yeah, exactly. We now have the correct translation for that. A short burst of speed.
What does that mean?
He used that horrible word to describe your 2 wins in a row. You must be feeling a lot better about this tournament.
I don't know about that word, but okay, I think I played, I mean, at least better than my previous games. So, and okay, today I think Anish had bad position after some moves, and so I don't know. I mean, I didn't play something like. I mean, yesterday's game was a good game, I thought. Yeah.
Yeah, yesterday's game was interesting, but today, I mean, the conversion was very
very efficient.
Okay, there were some tricks, of course, from white side, but I had to see those, and yeah, because my knight on c3 is good. So
Sure. Who do you have in the last 3 rounds?
play MVL.
Is he winning or
Kramnik,
something or not?
Kramnik.
No, not anymore.
No.
Was he never winning?
Where are the
He was
pawns?
much better, but bishop takes g4. Let's
I
take
think
your
it's
opinion.
a nice game, nice
Yeah.
move. Sure.
Yeah, but
He
I
took
thought
on
he was,
g4 there.
Yeah, he
I thought
had
it
to.
was winning for white.
No.
No,
I lose the pawn now.
no.
The only way to keep it is to go 93, 91, but then after rook a4 you don't really have any moves.
Yeah, very nice.
No, but on 3 minutes it's very impressive that he went for this.
Yeah.
Like, I think.
But why did he give this chance?
Yeah, that's a different question.
Because that's the only move, yeah.
That's the yeah. He could play something like bishop.
Yeah, not to give
bishop
this
g2
chance
or king
to
f2 or something.
take bishop g4.
It's funny. I think I played it against Karakin like 3 years ago.
What in this exact idea?
Yes.
Oh, but this bishop g4 is better than what he did against Arkady.
We actually mentioned that on air, yeah. And
So here it is much better.
so if this game ends in a draw, you're half a point behind the lead. So and you're playing MVL with white on Wednesday, yeah, so that will be very, very important in the context of the tournament, I guess.
No, but Magnus is leading. Yeah?
I understand, but still, you're now within touching distance. You know, 2 days ago you were a point and a half behind him. So okay, there's another game is finished, and we probably should
Yes.
continue the carousel here. And thanks for coming in, and we'll talk to you later.
Thank you.
And we're back with the second press conference. The game between Vladimir Kramnik and Levon Aronin finished in a draw, and we'll give Vladimir the mouse and take a break for about 15 minutes.
Well, I've played e4 for the second time in a row, which is a big achievement for me. But I had this special idea of playing this strange d4, h3, bishop d3. That was my plan for the game, and in fact it's some kind of transposition to my Berlin, which I play with black usually. In fact, I had this position with Maxim here, but a bit different because bishop is on b6, pawn on c7, pawn on a2, but maybe this is a bit in white's advantage. I mean, it's very, very delicate position. Rook e8, queen c2, this was the point. And now, Levon played very interesting move, bishop d7, actually, because, okay, white wants just bishop e3, knight d2, and it's not so easy to equalize otherwise. I think I played c6 with a bishop on b6 against Maxim, but here it doesn't work as well as in with a bishop on b6. So, but bishop d7 for me was a new move.
I thought he would play something like bishop g5 here.
h6, bishop e3.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was interesting, but somehow it's just such a tasty tempo. I mean,
I was planning
maybe
to
now you
take
can already
him
go
play c5 actually.
take c5. Yeah, maybe, or maybe knight h7, queen f6, knight g5, or knight h5.
I don't believe in this knight g5.
Yeah, I don't believe so much, but still, just to give you such a tempo. I mean, I saw that at least I'm probably stopping d5 like this, but
maybe not
somehow,
stopping, but
yeah, I mean, at least making it more difficult. But somehow it's such a tasty tempo. I mean, I was really couldn't make myself.
I thought this was critical actually.
Yeah, but I mean, what I played, I don't know, bishop e3, d5. I mean, d5 doesn't probably work so well. Yeah, d, bishop e4. I was trying to calculate
I
it,
thought this is very good for black.
but it's very concrete. I mean, knight
Knight
e4,
e4?
bishop a7.
Rook a7.
Yeah, but rook a7. Yeah, that's a problem. Otherwise, could have been, but simply this and bishop c6. Yeah, queen e4, bishop c6. I couldn't
also
really.
But then knight g5 there actually.
Huh?
Knight g5
Knight
also.
G5
In the,
also, I mean.
we got this
Where?
bishop a7.
This doesn't
Here,
look
knight
too
G. Yeah,
serious.
this I also saw knight g5. Yeah,
No,
yeah.
we had this position in a
No,
while.
it's-
Bishop c6.
No,
and
it
knight
doesn't
G5,
really work. Yeah, the problem with bishop g5 also is not working so well because there is this position with pawn on c6 instead of bishop c8. But here the problem is h6, and if the takes, the rook is protected, so there is ed simply possible. So somehow, yeah, then knight d2, and yeah, the main issue again with bishop on d7, because in these positions usually white takes with a bishop and knight. And I actually checked this position with, again, pawn on 6, bishop on c8, and it's not completely equal. I mean, black is suffering a bit, but here he has c5. This is a very big, important difference. I still was trying to calculate this kind of variation, knight f3. Well, I mean, first of all, it's nothing special in any case, like bishop c6, but there is c4 also possible. I was trying to make this, and bishop f5. But okay, maybe knight fd2, maybe I can be sort of a little bit better.
After knight f3, black can also play just queen c7, I think. And
yes, but the problem is that he's got much, I mean, with simply a tempi up, a very important tempi, so this, but at least I decided that, okay, maybe I can use it to my advantage, that bishop is on d7 instead of pawn on c6 in this line, and which is probably the case. And it's true, okay, knight d5 I didn't like. I mean, it was possible, but looks quite dangerous. Bishop g5, okay, queen c8 looks strange, and after f6, thought maybe even this. Simply bishop d2, I think I have initiative, but I had this kind of strange idea. I don't know if it works to play like this.
Yeah, I wasn't too happy with that.
Can be interesting. I mean, takes b5.
Bishop e6 I would play actually in that position, not bishop c6.
No, but e6 you can lose some material maybe. I mean, with pins and so on.
Knight f6?
gf?
Rook e6?
Rook e6?
Queen f5?
Rook d6
Rook
maybe.
d6.
Yeah, but I mean bishop e6, there was some even queen b3 possible. I mean, because of g, knight g5.
No,
always,
f g I'm not planning to take.
But I mean, it's not clear if you manage just to.
Yeah, maybe.
You know, I mean, it's quite dangerous. No, in any case, knight d5, I thought it's not.
Maybe
a big
I should
problem.
do the same with knight c5. Maybe it might be strong. And then
no, but it's quite dangerous position for black. So I was expecting knight e4, frankly, taken c6.
This is too passive to my liking.
Well,
honestly.
but you want
knight
bishop
e5?
e6. You want bishop e6. Knight e5, bishop e6 simply. It's quite direct position. I was calculating. Okay, d5 seems to be nothing. There is some initial. No, take dc. So takes. And now bishop c6 is probably a good move, because otherwise some queen b3, maybe I'll end up pawn up, but bishop c6, bishop 6, rook c8, I couldn't see any
even
way.
like this,
Yeah, no, otherwise I take at least some kind of pawn, but rook c8, I couldn't see how to proceed. So c6, I had this interesting move, bishop g5, then I was considering. Because f6 now maybe not working because of queen b3 check, bishop e6, queen b7.
Yeah, I rejected it on general grounds. Maybe
but I thought, okay, it's, I mean, in general, if you manage simply next bishop e6, okay, simply all problems are over. So I have to be quick. Okay, I have this, rook a1 also.
don't like that guy
I was
on
calculating,
G6 somehow.
and d5. But I was not sure if it really brings
Bishop
anything.
A7.
Takes, let's say takes, knight e1, cd, queen c5, rook a8. Okay, I have maybe slight initiative, but probably not nothing special. Yeah, so maybe bishop g5 was but I thought queen c8. I was calculating d5 probably. Otherwise, okay, bishop e6 is coming.
Queen a5 maybe, no?
No, queen a5 b4 is very annoying, and then rook b1, rook b7. I thought. So d5, but I don't think I actually have anything here. Takes. Because of some rook c2 coming, maybe even straight away.
Okay,
yeah, it should be a kind
H6.
of liquidation with a draw, yeah, probably.
Yeah.
So I thought, okay, this c6 could be an option. I mean,
play straightforward, yeah.
yeah, because well, here I actually after bishop c6, I was calculating this.
What were you planning to do after knight f6?
Yeah,
Queen
knight
f6.
f6.
Because GF probably is,
Yeah,
is
GF is not
objectively
so
stronger.
bad. No,
Yeah.
I'm not sure. Queen f6, d5.
Yeah.
I was
D5, bishop
calculating.
D5.
Actually, I thought bishop d5 wasn't good. I didn't like rook e3.
Rook e3, f takes, and bishop
Bishop
e4.
e4 I
but
didn't
was-
like at all.
But I was not sure actually
I
if,
thought this
if
is
I'm,
much worse
if I'm
for black.
better really. I mean, like taken c6.
Rook,
Queen
a,
b4?
rook ag1, I think. Yeah.
Also
Okay,
queen
knight
b4 is
f8 or
unpleasant.
something. I mean, if you just settle, manage, I don't know. But it's true that first of all I was not sure about GF, and secondly, yeah, this line I didn't calculate till the end, bishop d5, but I thought it was not good. I mean, because Levon says that this is okay, but
I thought it's very interesting. Takes knight h4. I wasn't sure.
but probably
We-
computer is.
Yeah, we don't know.
Probably,
We didn't check it carefully because it was
probably computer would laugh. Yeah, I don't know how, but we'll find a way. Yeah, somehow here.
Yeah.
Maybe takes and queen c7, queen f3, bishop f1. Maybe simple chess.
simple chess. Queen f3, queen g3 even, but
Yeah.
maybe there are better moves.
I'm not sure. Yeah, queen comes to g3.
Maybe I shouldn't play knight h4 because I have other options there.
I didn't. I thought it was not working. I don't know.
Yeah. Okay.
But I first of all wasn't sure about GF. Secondly, I liked what I played. I thought I'm slightly better. And
I
third,
saw GF is.
and third, I was not sure
is-
about rook e3 also. Yes. So somehow, but yeah.
GF is also good. I thought GF is interesting.
I don't know. At least I was not completely sure. I mean, because at least you have this kind of
I
weaknesses.
thought you would
can
play
just-
d5 here. I was calculating d5 mainly.
But d5.
But then you can take on d5
bishop
and on
a7.
f3. Machine
no,
gives
bishop d5, bishop f3.
Yeah, machine gives bishop d5, bishop a7, rook e1, bishop f3.
Ah,
No, just somehow I thought maybe even I can play very simple chess like this.
Bishop d5.
allow bishop f3?
Yeah, no, I want knight h2, knight g4 or something if you don't take. And if you take, okay, I have my bishop on e4.
Bishop d5, let's say.
Knight h2, okay, if my knight gets there, I
maybe,
wouldn't
yeah.
be so.
No, bishop d5
No, I
is
think you should take probably.
should
Yeah,
take.
but GF, I mean, I don't know.
knight h4?
King h1 or something. I don't know
Knight
who is
f3?
attacking whom.
There's also queen d7.
Yes.
Bishop f5.
Oh, mate.
No, after knight h1.
Ah, you mean, yeah, no, here. No, maybe, but okay, I can also just protect
No, I
my
thought
knight.
d5
yeah.
was only. My only concern was d5
Yeah.
here.
I thought, okay, I can protect like queen d1, bishop e2, and just slowly, then to get my knight h2, knight g4.
Uh-huh.
I was not completely sure about this position, hard to say, but again, I wasn't sure about queen f6, and as I said already, I like bishop g5. I thought I have a nice plus here, but I mean, okay, rook a d1 and queen b3, I thought there were two moves. I mean, rook a d1 was also interesting. I mean, from far I thought it could give me something, but then when I went closer to this position, somehow I was not so sure anymore here. Maybe just rook e7. And okay, I need to be very quick to. Okay, maybe like g3, king g2, I can still try something, but it's not much.
Yeah.
So I actually thought that the endgame, which is forced practically, I thought it was quite unpleasant for black, but in reality, okay, maybe I shouldn't have gone a5. I mean, just to play slowly here, like b4, rook d1, but of course it's not much. So a5 and d5, that was my plan. In fact, I expected bishop c7, that's why, I mean, and d5, cd, I mean, just to try to force me to take with a knight, and rook b8.
But this can be unpleasant.
Yeah, but
Knight
it's again
d3?
concrete. Knight d3, you change knight f4. I think you should make a draw.
Ah.
I mean, that's I thought maybe knight c2
Maybe knight
now.
c2
Knight
is right,
c2
yeah,
maybe, yeah. But then you have some knight e7, knight c6, maybe idea. I mean, it's
Close to draw.
it's
still.
close to draw, but of course, if I manage to settle my pieces, it can be really unpleasant. So I was thinking about it, and bishop a7 was a surprise for me. So because somehow I thought after d5 I'm better, but rook b8 is a very strong move. Because f5, I think it's really not good. I mean,
didn't like
takes,
this, yeah.
takes, and now I think this is very annoying. Okay,
Also
c1.
g3.
Yeah, but this I just won't even take rook c8, I just want to take your pawn immediately. I mean, and
Knight f4 we thought.
knight f4, just g3 simply. No?
Knight f2
No, I mean king f1.
No, I
and
didn't
just-
like g3, honestly speaking.
No, king f1, and then I won't take rook c8 and just to collect pawns.
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah,
it
this
can
is-
be very, very unpleasant position. So rook e1 always knight e1, then knight to d3. So this I was very happy, but this rook b8 is maybe only move to, I mean, not to be worse. But after rook b8, I couldn't find anything. I mean, the problem
Yeah,
is that knight
knight e5
e5
is a strong
coming.
threat,
Yeah.
yeah.
I mean, and because rook c1 would looked very nice, but knight e5, unfortunately, and d3 square. I mean, my plan was, of course, to not to change knight, to get it to f5, but here, Maybe I could try even to sacrifice a pawn just to go now with bishop to b1 just to get my
I would
knight.
appreciate that.
I mean, the knight on f5, but yeah, that's a problem that you have knight d3, and so I was really thinking about all sorts of moves like king f1 maybe, just trying to knight e5, knight h4.
Knight c4, yeah.
Yeah, but then this kind of things, I mean, it's jumping all them, but again, maybe computer can find rook e2 or somehow. Or
Rook e4?
Rook e2,
rook e4, sorry, yeah. Yeah, rook d1, knight b2. It's I mean, okay, if I just manage to settle somehow, I would be better, but I couldn't find. I mean, rook d1 is natural, but bishop c5. Otherwise, again, knight e5, knight h4 now works perfectly, and in general I'm better. But after bishop c5, actually, what I missed that I thought I can do this takes, and rook b2, knight d3, but I realized knight e5. Yeah, it's just very strong. I mean, rook c1, I was trying to. To maybe, but then bishop b4 is good.
Just bishop b4 is good enough, probably. Yeah.
And here I don't know if I could. I mean, d6 is probably okay. It's playing for lose, not for win. Because
I was hoping for something like this.
No, because bishop b4 maybe is dangerous. This is dangerous, but rook b8, I mean, is a problem because
d7,
just
rook
to
e7.
d7, rook e7, yeah, and I can only be worse here because I mean I'm not really getting anywhere. So, and then I was already trying to make some strange things like king f1. Bishop b4, rook e3, like this. Makes some sense. I mean, bishop c5, rook c3 was my idea.
I can take the pawn.
Yeah, that's a problem, that you can take the pawn, and now I was trying to take knight d4 to make something like this.
Ah, okay.
Rook b2?
But rook b2, yeah. No, okay, yeah, I mean, trying to take on g6, but you have rook e3. Yeah.
Trying to lose this game, yeah?
Yeah, no, I mean, probably it's so, white position is so solid that hard to lose, but I mean, like knight f5 to organize some attack.
Were you trying really nicely?
Yeah, of course, but okay, I tried to, because bishop g6 of course is a draw, but I mean, I wanted to keep it going, but I couldn't really find any way how to do it, yeah, because...
But here probably it's...
well, I should have at least take with a knight, of course, yeah. I mean...
H takes?
H take, rook c1.
Same.
But bishop d4 even. I mean, because if I manage my knight to d3, take and king on e2, at least I can maybe try a bit, but... No, but it's just a draw, yeah, rook e1. Okay, it's simply a draw, yeah. I mean, I should have probably played rook a1, rook f1, but I didn't want to go passive, so I decided to calculate some variations, which were not necessary. Okay, it was a bit tricky, but
you can also play g3 here, maybe, no?
Oh, no g3, bishop d4, that was a problem, so I decided to, yeah, I mean, okay, it's a draw. So I don't know, yeah, again, okay, somehow my Italian experience is not very, it's not bringing much so far.
All right, anything to correct?
You could draw here with rook a2, you know that.
Yeah, rook a2 I thought, but then why should I give you the pawn? Nah, you will pretend for some time. No way.
Okay, so rest day, welcome or not? How do you feel?
Rest days are always welcome. I think even if the rest day happens just after the rest day, chess players are generally lazy people, so.
No, I mean, for me, I would keep on playing. I mean, I don't feel like I need so much rest day, but okay, it's always welcome. Yeah, as Levon rightly said, you never complain about rest days. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good policy. And
but sometimes just the difference is that sometimes you badly need it, you are exhausted, and I don't feel like I'm exhausted. I mean, I feel like I could skip this one.
We had the rest day today, so.
Well, yeah.
Okay, so that's the description. You know, the players themselves.
No, I mean, I didn't feel like I had a rest day. I mean, somehow I felt like at some point I was quite optimistic after d5 that it can get quite unpleasant for black, but then just didn't work.
All right, and the more games have finished, so we'll probably...
Yes. Kick us out, yeah?
Yeah,
okay, good.
That's the way to do it.
Thank you.
Welcome back, everybody. Peter Svidler gets a well-deserved break after all the hard analyzing he had to do. I'm being joined by Pavel Ilyanov and Niels Grandelius. The game ended in a victory for Pavel. Before we get to know all about it, guys, can you give us a very quick verdict on the MVL versus Magnus Carlsen game? Is that just a draw?
Yeah.
Yes.
That's all I needed to hear. It's just a draw, so let's look at your game. If I find it. Here we are. What happened?
No, I think it starts somewhere around here. This queen c8
We were talking after bishop b2 is e5 a move? I couldn't remember a theory. But
I also couldn't remember. I mean,
Yeah.
e5 maybe not this position.
Not here. You
G5.
mean the move
instead of
before?
bishop
I can
Yes,
play
yes.
d5.
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
if
Instead,
we-
it's another
If
line.
black wants to play the same idea, maybe queen d7 the better way to do it.
Yeah, maybe. But then knight b3.
Yeah, probably. But yeah, maybe
No,
it's
but
not.
probably it's not worth it. I'm simply spending too much time here.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
this
Also d5. D5 was also
very interesting,
also
of course. Yes.
But maybe even takes on d5 not so easy.
Yeah. No,
Because
because your pieces are very bad. Yeah.
Maybe not so easy. Maybe Jean is laughing, but I don't know. e4 is simply dangerous. Bishop h6.
Yeah. No, this is very dangerous.
And maybe bishop g2 I should play, but then okay, of course, it could be better for white, but
Could also be
Yeah.
quite good compensation.
piece.
knight e5.
Yeah.
Fully.
Or even knight b4 maybe. Something. Yeah, it's. No, but e4 is the.
Yeah,
is the
decide
simple way.
just-
Logical.
And now because
but the
I
difference
mean,
is-
if I go here immediately, you can play d5 and
Yeah.
and then c4 next. Yeah.
The difference is that you have you can take first on d4. Yeah, this is I saw. But
Yeah.
Yeah, and here we were wondering, you recaptured immediately on d4.
Yeah.
Did you calculate fg on
I
Niels this
just
time?
decided it could be very tough to calculate everything, but I decided it's not so clear at first sight, and then I decided just to skip it. Okay.
Yeah, it's. I
was
think
sure
it's very unclear.
because I was sure that I have some match anyway.
Yes.
So what happens after fg anyway? Just 1 second.
No, knight g4, I think.
cd4 we thought was forced.
Yes, cd and knight e3
Queen a4, yeah.
and takes.
Takes.
And my idea was to play b5. Knight b5, rook b8.
No, we also didn't check it much.
Yeah.
I think the computer says around equal, so probably
yeah.
Pavel's decision was correct to
Definitely.
not
No,
enter
but
this.
I mean, it's clear that just take back and white is very comfortable.
Yeah.
So. But here probably
Here, yeah,
I thought
my idea
some
was-
other move.
My idea was to stop eventually
Like
b6.
yeah, but knight b3, maybe b6, and
Yeah.
you're slightly better. But
Yeah, I'm slightly better anyway. Yeah, I have very pleasant. I mean, I'm at least 1 or 2 tempies up. I mean,
yeah, compared to
comparing
something.
to usual line, usually what I want to get in this line.
Because here in the game it's not so clear after this knight b4,
Yeah, somehow, yeah.
which looks
Do you
ridiculous.
have to go knight b3? Where we thought d5. I'm not sure which point. Maybe
Here.
If I just take.
Maybe take it.
Oh, you take.
Yes.
Sorry. Yeah, here it doesn't work.
So this, but now I think this is an
Yeah,
important move.
looks very strange, but I didn't.
I mean, my
see.
idea
What's
is
some
that
weird
that
lines
I can take here. After
Okay,
rook a1,
one.
I have queen b6.
Yeah, and here it's.
For example, knight a5, I have even bishop h6. And
Yeah.
I mean,
a knight e5, not the move.
yeah, but knight c5,
Knight e5, even rook d8. Rook
yeah.
f8, it was a problem really. Yeah. And also bishop h6
Yeah.
at some point also not so easy really.
I think it's again, I mean,
Yeah.
quite unclear. But after knight c2, I mean, it's a good trade for me, even though I'm still probably slightly worse. I mean,
Yeah,
it's
we
still
thought
pleasant.
the worst was over for you somehow. Like, okay, maybe
No,
still
yeah.
slightly
De-
worse, but it
but
felt.
definitely, I mean,
It's
it's comfortable for white, but
comfortable, yeah, but
not so much. Yeah. So this, I think,
After rook c8, just in general, Peter was always shouting that white should go d5. Is this maybe a moment we can do
I'm
it?
not sure. Queen d7, for instance. I'm not sure that
Yeah.
I'm
You're
ready
on time, huh?
in this particular position that I'm ready to do it.
yeah, because your other rook is kind of a bit stupid. So, but rook f2 maybe and d5 next, something. It's possible,
Yeah,
but it's okay.
I don't like it.
I mean, this is quite normal.
Yeah, I thought that I should play this principle. I mean, to fight with for c5.
Yeah.
I mean, of course, black. I thought that black has some tricks, but should be okay provided.
Not so serious.
Yeah, but
So here.
yeah, here it was
Can
critical
you go
position.
g5? We thought it's Niels. He's going to go g5.
Yeah, but f5 I thought. It's not clear what I'm
The
getting.
chief so much.
Even to take on f4, but it's not really working. Just king h1.
Yeah,
Yeah.
maybe even take on g5. So it's I don't know.
Yeah. No, but this is kind of
Yeah, it was it was
kind
a
of a good
critical
move.
position.
This is very difficult for white to make a move now.
Yeah, it's true.
I mean, you have to move the rook probably, rook d1 or rook
Yeah,
e1.
I had even idea to play h3 then king f3.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, but
Very
looks,
slow.
looks weird.
Very slow. No, this, and now. Okay, queen e2. But now at least I have counterplay.
Yeah.
So I think it's not so clear
I
anymore.
thought that it should be again a bit better for white, but of course black has counterplay.
Yeah. So this.
Maybe it's slow. It was slow, but I didn't see how to play rook instead of rook d2.
Yeah.
We saw the position after queen a4, then we thought, yeah, it's unclear, then press conferences started, and all of a sudden all hell broke loose. What happened there?
He went
On
here.
knight d4.
Yeah.
Which is, I think, quite a good move.
I mean, from practical point of view, I don't know.
And now I took an a2, which turned out to be very, very dangerous. Perhaps not so surprisingly.
What else can you do?
Yeah, it's not so. I thought maybe knight d7 with the idea to go to b6, like e5, knight b6.
Okay, maybe. Yeah, you have some tricks again.
Again, I mean, there is a certain amount of counterplay, and the king might turn out to be a bit weak. And if not e5, I will anyway go knight b6, and I mean, it's not so easy.
Yeah, maybe just some
unclear position. I thought.
Knight f3, I don't know, but yeah. It's not a big deal in any case.
Yeah.
Pavel, do you feel in general things were under control, or did you feel like they were slipping away at some point?
I felt that more or less under control, but my concern was that I'm also not much time on my clock. But okay, after queen takes a2, at least I saw that I'm not worse here. I think I have also knight e6, but
yeah, but knight e6,
I wasn't
queen c4.
sure.
Yeah.
No, queen c4 it's losing probably. Takes and d6.
Immediately. No.
No, takes everything can be
you mean like that? But I thought I had king f8 there, but maybe not.
Maybe no. Takes on f6. It's losing.
Here.
No, I mean takes on c4 probably. And takes on g7.
And then
takes d6.
And king f8 and
takes on f6.
And then just lost. Yeah. So what? Knight e6.
Maybe. Yeah, he takes d6, takes, and then queen c4. This is what I was calculating.
Where?
Takes on e6, takes on f6.
Yeah.
And queen c4 here.
Yeah.
The difference is that you have square on f7 for your king, which is really important, I think.
But still, it's not so.
Takes on d5, it should be a draw.
Yeah, I thought I can come with my rook now, somewhere here.
I think bishop f8 it's enough. Yeah, it's enough.
Has to be drawn.
Yeah. No, but knight f5 is, of course.
Yeah, it was the move.
Yeah. Takes. And now if queen c4, just bishop e7, and you're promoting.
Yeah, probably.
No, take first on c4, and then bishop takes e7. So here.
Yeah, if he takes f5, it's just okay for black, and I think it's only move to put some
but here,
practical.
It should be okay for black somehow, but very difficult to play.
Yeah, I thought you should play queen b4.
Yeah, queen b4, king h3.
King h3, it's and some move maybe, I don't know, h6 maybe, I don't know.
Yes, and then something like this. I mean, it's very dangerous for black probably. I think.
In time trouble, but in fact should be okay.
Yeah, I mean with half an hour, probably. Because when I allow this d6, it's more or less lost, no?
I'm not sure what if you go in queen and game. Also.
Okay, I mean hero obviously.
h6 here, just queen takes f5.
Yeah, no, it's very bad. I mean, immediately takes here.
Yeah, of course. No, I have to go for this in any case. But I thought it's just lost.
Maybe. No, I mean, I can take on. Check on f6 also. Maybe it's better option. Before and take on d6.
Yeah.
I'm
But
not
it
sure.
will be the same. But maybe
More or less, I don't know.
the problem is if I go queen d1.
Yeah, king h4 always, yeah.
King h4 is a mistake. That
Not
much.
mistake. Not here, I mean, yeah, maybe it was, also I have queen e7, yeah.
Yeah, queen e7 was the problem. And I couldn't see.
Looks just winning, no?
I'm not sure,
mean, that's
maybe
what
some
I thought.
tricks, I don't know.
I thought it was lost. And if I go with queen to e2, then anyway queen e7.
Yeah, queen e7, I have always.
I
queen
mean, no, I thought so. I went for some other, but it's just losing immediately.
And then in the game, it's just
No, it's just okay. I'm getting mated.
rook c2.
Yeah. But now here I have to play something very accurate.
Yeah.
But it's
Let's
unpleasant.
cheat for 1 minute, sorry. I love cheating. Computer, of course, says 0-0 as it tends to.
It's not clear why queen a4 is better.
A4, but this looks more natural.
Looks
Yes.
much more natural, yeah.
And king h3 is
same.
what you mentioned.
So maybe even not so easy with engine, yeah.
Even yeah. No, it's,
So
unpleasant.
Unpleasant, yeah.
Definitely unpleasant. So,
So
this queen
Niels-
takes a2, a very bad move.
Things aren't going so well in your black games. Is it an opening problem or just because these guys are good?
Today, I mean, I got worse. So today, you could say that it was an opening problem. But it's, I think, the only game so far where it's clear that I'm worse, at least. The other, I got worse eventually, but it was kind of unclear along the way. So no, I don't think it's an opening problem. I think they are playing better than I am.
Are you still enjoying the tournament or are you getting sick of it?
No, I'm enjoying it. I mean, but I didn't expect to score too many points anyway. So.
Yeah, most important is to gain experience.
Exactly, I'm gaining as much experience. I
Also,
think.
in my previous tournaments, with such a level, I was already number 6 or 8 in the world. I mean, Tal Memorial in 2010. Okay, I had -4, I think. I mean, it's not even matter. I mean, how much, what minus you got, but experience is what is the matter.
Yeah, I mean, really, -4 or -3, it's not such a big difference.
No, I scored -6 in Dortmund, but I didn't have any fun. Like you seem, I didn't learn anything and I didn't have any fun. So at least you seem to be enjoying the experience.
No, chess is nice. I mean, in any situation, I think.
That's strange attitude to have as a chess player. Sounds good. Pavel, how are you feeling? You picked up a win. Are things improving?
Yeah, everything is improving. I mean, I felt also yesterday that my brain is working more or less okay. I mean,
But now the rest day is coming, so you need to keep it going.
Keep the state. Yeah.
Tough thing to do. All right, guys. Thanks a lot and best of luck.
Thanks.
Yeah. Welcome back to round number 6, I believe it is, of Altibox Norway chess. 2 games still going, but they both look drawish, to put it mildly.
Yeah, I don't think there's too much excitement possible in either this position, and in particular in the position our main players of the day have on the board, because this is currently what's in front of MVL and Magnus. And the thing about this endgame, even if you remove the pawns f6 and g5 from the board, it's still a draw.
Best case scenario is still a dead draw, and I'm not so sure you get them so easily, even like king g7. You probably do, yeah, if you want to.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure why G5 was so forced here. I'm not entirely certain what was the big threat that Magnus felt needed to be addressed. But yeah, I mean,
It's just a draw.
yeah, maybe he just wants to start running forward somewhere. I don't know, King G6, Knight E7. Maybe actually King G7 after that.
Yeah, I thought King G6, Rook F1 maybe.
King G6, Rook F1. Yeah, and then you start pushing, I guess, like G4, Rook F6, King G5, go to H4, and yeah.
It's a draw, and yeah. I think we've even talked about this on an earlier show with Rook and Knight versus Rook. There's very little things that can go wrong unless you get your king trapped in the corner somehow. Which
Yeah,
is
you
not gonna
need
happen.
you need to really cooperate for a while to get to a position where only moves will be required. Generally, it's a position you hold with your eyes closed, more or less. So
I think Magnus famously won one of those against Erwin Lamy, who also happens to be here, but that was more of a freak blunder than a tendency.
yeah,
General at the top level, it's worth making a couple moves and then going home. No one supposed to lose this. In the other game we still have going Li Chao against Topalov. Is it worth making any more moves here?
well, I thought I saw a forced way to make a draw for black here, but I'm no longer sure. I thought Rook B4, Rook C7, and King to the 8th makes an immediate draw, but that actually is still true. I thought A5, Rook A4, Rook C5, but A5, Rook B5.
Yeah.
So that actually, I think, solves black's. Well, I mean, if you operate under the assumption that black has any problems here, you could
No, he
also.
doesn't, right? If he plays King E6.
Yeah, I mean, you can also just start centralizing, and yeah, I don't see why Veselin should necessarily be worried about all this. But if you want to make an immediate draw, you play Rook B4. You probably are ill-advised to go forward in this position, and he has played Rook B4, so I guess he agrees.
So we're expecting two draws. Seems like there's a bit of an impasse in the action. So we're gonna be back with Fiona, who has prepared a little segment for us, and then should the games actually be over, of course the players will come here and tell us all about it. See you guys in a couple minutes.
Sure.
Until recently, chess was like this. Chess24 brought you this. Live interactive broadcasts from top tournaments with computer analysis and video commentary by the likes of Jan Gustafsson, Lawrence Trent and Peter Svidler. A play zone where you can take on opponents from all around the world 24/7. Interactive beginners courses ensuring you pick up the basics fast while having fun. A tactics trainer to sharpen your chess by solving puzzles adapted to your level. Hundreds of interactive videos letting you watch and learn from star players such as Vichy Anand, Peter Svidler, Paco Vallejo and Hu Yifan. You've given up on that outdated computer? That's why there are more reasons to use Chess24 on mobiles and tablets. Full playzone access, including pre-move. A tactics trainer so you can stay sharp wherever you are. Computer opponents you can challenge even when you're not online. Live broadcasts of top chess events. And the half? It's free. Well, that's half true. Most features are free, but limited for registered members. You can step up to premium membership and gain unlimited access to our video library. That and much more. Until recently, chess was like...
Hello and welcome back to the final stages of round 6 of Altibox Norway Chess. I collected a few more tweets and a few more photos for you, so let's start with a tweet, one of our most active Twitterers out here, Tarjei Swensen. This is a tweet from earlier when Aronian was in the confession box. He said, well, this is a statement from Aronian, "There's a really strange sound in the playing hall. It sounds like when my cat catches a mouse when it's tortured." So apparently there was a problem with ventilation. Kramnik complained about this as well, but I was in the playing hall earlier. I think the problem was fixed, so hopefully not an issue anymore. As you know, this is also, I mentioned this earlier, our last day here at the Stavanger Forum. Tomorrow is a rest day, and then the day after we're moving to the concert hall of Stavanger. Then the next tweet, a tweet by Stephen, and we have a problem with the light, so hopefully you can still see me. I'm probably got a bit darker there. A tweet from Stephen Hempy saying MVL gets A+ for prep, but Carlsen has answered it well. A draw is probably the fair and most likely result. And indeed, it looks like the players are headed for the endgame rook and knight against rook, which I'm fairly confident Magnus can hold. I've managed holding it myself, so if I can, I'm pretty sure the world champ can too. Then a tweet from Jan Gustafsson. This is a tweet from before today's show. He said MVL stated he has to beat Magnus if he wants to win Altibox Norway Chess. Let's find out if he does. Well, he probably won't. He could, of course, still win the tournament. It's going to be a very exciting last 3 rounds. The day after the rest day, world champion Magnus Carlsen will be playing Vladimir Kramnik, which is going to be another huge game. Again, I mentioned the predictions game earlier. Do tip in our new feature on Chess24 and try and win a 1-year premium membership. And then a recent tweet from Grandmaster Robin van Kampen. Hi Robin, if you're watching. This is a quote from Peter Svidler from the show. If you saw it earlier, you probably will have enjoyed it as much as Robin did. If you haven't, there you go. Depending on the weather and other factors which are less easy to quantify, will be my new generic reply to anything. Thanks, Paul Borta. So yeah, some good statements, some good quotes as usual here at the show. I hope you're enjoying it as much as I do. And now let's move on to 3 photos. I mentioned the side events earlier. I was talking about the Norway-Sweden match. The other side event which was going on this weekend was the Stavanger Grand Prix Open Tournament. And my first photo, that's International Master Erik Fossan, who won the tournament, so congratulations to him. Then my second photo is a little girl I'd read about before coming here, but it's the first time I've actually seen her. Her name, if you haven't heard of her, remember her name, Likke Merlot Heliasen. She's only 7 years old and she's already being hailed as the next big thing here in Norway, so it's going to be very exciting to follow her progress. And a final photo from the weekend, a friend of mine and a friend of a lot of people in here, I guess a lot of you will recognize him, Odin Blikravea. He finished third in the tournament, but he's a very good chess player, of course, but maybe I was thinking he could make a bid for a highest rated tattooed player. Jan is famously on a quest to find the highest rated player in the world with a tattoo. I'm sure there will be stronger ones than Udin, but we still have to find them. So again, if any of you know of a very strong chess player with a tattoo, let us know on Twitter. Keep your tweets coming. Use hashtag C24Live or hashtag Altibox Norway Chess. This is it from me for today. As I said, tomorrow a West Day, and then we'll be back in 2 days from Stavanger Concert Hall, and I'll hand back over to Jan and Peter to comment and take you through the last 2 games of the round. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you on Wednesday.
Welcome back, everybody. All the games are finished in round number 6 of Altibox Norway Chess. I'm being joined by Veselin Topalov and Li Chao, who had hard-fought draw. Veselin, did you run into a bit of preparation? You spent a lot of time in the opening.
Probably, yes. Of course, there are so many lines, it's completely impossible to... I knew that, well, black was supposed to be fine, but of course, over the board you have to remember, and it's a very concrete line when of course, one mistake could be very decisive, and that's the reason I went this c3 move to play positionally.
Did you still know all this, or when were you out of book?
I know this opening, and I know a game Kramnik play with Anand, and they don't play b5, but I check it. And after b3, I think maybe best way is bishop a3, something like this. But not human.
Yeah,
to come up with that.
Yes, but c3, I think maybe I should play d5. I don't know, but I think after rook c3 I see 75 rook c7, something like this. And
actually, it didn't look so dangerous, you know.
Yeah.
But of course, well.
We thought the decisive moment, all these moves were forced, and I think Vasily made all the right moves. Also, rook d8.
Rook d8 is the right move?
Well, the computer says at least that's the best move, but we thought the big moment was here, big choice for you if you want to go for this or for this, because still here it's more or less forced.
But here I think some...
And what about queen c2?
Yes.
This position?
Yes.
That
I just calculated something like queen c2.
What happens?
Maybe bishop b4, maybe even bishop b4 is possible.
Yes, maybe actually I'm afraid of bishop c5.
Yeah, also bishop c5.
Yes, and 98, bishop f2, king g2, something like this, bishop e1.
Yeah,
I
okay,
can't
but
calculate
it looks
everything.
good for black somehow.
Yes.
It just looks
Knight
winning.
and
well, but knight f7, rook f8. I have also checks. I just take on d2.
Yes.
No, but this can only be better for black. I have queen f2 check.
Check first or later is a little bit different. If you play
or just rook f8, then you have to attack my...
I can play knight e4.
But then isn't it just take on f7?
And
check,
queen c8
check,
and
check.
But it look like not so.
No, of course, even that's... Well, here, of course, it's okay. I mean, you're setting in mating 1, so this is fine. But I don't think it's
maybe don't play rook
dangerous,
f7, maybe king e7, something like this.
Yeah, exactly.
Hard to believe. And this you didn't like?
No, but I just don't see a problem for black here.
No, the machine says black is better. We thought it was scary, but maybe it
no,
just doesn't work.
Exactly. Just my next move is bishop is knight f6, and also I'm kind of attacking the bishop, and then the knight is pinned. No, I think knight at g7 is not a... but of course, my original idea was to take on d8 with the bishop.
Yeah, that's where we
But then I got afraid of queen g4.
Yes.
And apparently, this was otherwise black is
it's
equal.
3 castles and it's equal.
And now, of course, I couldn't see what to do. Somehow I thought it's not easy to find a move because bishop f7 is a threat. Okay, queen g6
doesn't work.
Maybe knight f6, queen g7, and
rook e5.
Yeah, rook e5 and bishop f7, and I didn't really believe it. Yeah. No, probably queen g6, but then I somehow didn't like
maybe
it.
take bishop e5.
Exactly. Or bishop c6 and bishop b5.
Yes,
it just looks very good for white.
Yes.
So that was why I took with the queen.
Well, it's also fine, no? Or did you see any?
Well, I was a bit scared, but then eventually with these black opposite square bishops, the impression should be enough for for equality. But maybe
do you feel you had some moment to put pressure?
I think that ending I play not so good. I just want when playing I think if one will play this position maybe better than me.
I don't think so.
I don't know which.
But maybe it's closer to a draw anyway.
Yeah, of course. But maybe I should use bishop take d5, not knight e5.
Yeah.
Yes. And
but then maybe I start with some bishop. e4.
e4 92.
And now bishop a5. I have to. Rook e2.
Yes.
But if I just go but if I just go rook b8.
Yes. Afraid of this and a4, but I'm afraid of.
Yeah, but a4 it shouldn't be.
Bishop b4 and take a5.
No, but even I'm thinking that even if I just give a pawn, is it a problem? Put the bishop on b6. No, I mean with rook d8 and then, or maybe then I should do it immediately. Yes, exactly. So I don't know. Is it such a big deal? Rook d.
Maybe c4?
Yeah, but bishop c4, just king f8 probably. Well, I don't know. Of course I don't like it, but it's of course difficult to win.
Yes, of course. But I'm not sure, maybe rook e5.
Now?
No, later. No, before, sorry.
Okay, but of course it was a good try. Maybe you're right. That,
Yeah, but I miss rook b8 this idea.
yeah, because after rook b8, I think I'm equalizing.
Yes.
Then you had this one trick.
Oh yeah, but of course after knight b8 I could play any move. You know, I thought he'd just blunder the pawn, but bishop d7, and I'm lucky that f5 is. But of course I saw it before taking on g4, so I saw it's just.
You saw g6, right?
Yeah, of course.
Okay.
I saw that it's
Yeah,
enough.
after this f5, you're just in time. It's nothing.
Yeah.
Yes, we have time now.
All right, guys, I have to kick you out already. You have to make place for the world champion. Thanks a lot for joining us. Wrestling Topala. Ciao. Enjoy the rest day.
Welcome back, and the final press conference of the day, the central game of the round between Maxime vachier-lagrave and Magnus Carlsen ended in a draw. So, tell us all about the Berlin. We need to learn.
Yeah, I mean, I prepared this line with f3 a little while ago, so basically the point is that it's not really dangerous, but you need to remember a lot of things, and it has not been played for a long time, so I was hoping for Magnus not to remember all the subtleties.
Yeah, actually, even a few moves ago, I was thinking, shit, I'm getting f3 today, and you know, and I was remembering these lines that was all ending in a draw, but looked so horribly dangerous for black, and then. I mean, when I was thinking, I was seeing even more and more problems. So nothing, you know, huge, but just something everywhere. So I just couldn't. So I mean, it went to the point where I even considered bailing out by sacrificing the exchange here.
Yeah, JJ was arguing rook e6, knight c5, b6, take with the pawn, and
yeah,
that was a suggestion from the tournament director's office.
Yeah,
but it's really quite bad. Just
no, it is. So I mean, I couldn't make it work.
I mean, I could even consider something like king f2 and with the idea of rook h1, but probably I should just take the exchange.
Yeah, but okay, I wanted to play b5. That was that was the point. That was the point. So,
but maybe no.
No, this is what I mean, at some point I started understanding that the knight on c5 is simply better than the rook.
Yeah.
So
because then I play rook h1,
rook
bishop d3, f4, f5.
Yeah, exactly. So the point is, I mean, I was considering after b5. Of course, if you take, I get a5, a4. I'm doing very well. But if you go rook a1, then I have to go bishop d5. But anyway, I'm doing fine because takes. You have fe, then I get a5, and as long as I get a5, I'm okay. But here, I might just lose the game easily.
So yeah, I mean, what I remember is that rook h7 is most precise and e6 fe, but
and bishop c7 b5. Yeah.
But I didn't remember everything. But it should be fine. But of course, I mean, you have like at least 3 or 4 forced moves to remember to make
I was
the
here. I was just seeing all sorts of crap.
Yeah, so here I couldn't remember, and I went for bishop e5, which might be the worst of my options.
Oh, I don't know.
I don't know.
Yeah, I think after bishop e5, king f8, I'm fine for sure. But,
yeah, we were wondering about this because the machine says it's equal, but
it might.
Yeah, it's kind of tricky. You probably play b5, I guess.
Yeah.
c4, bc, rook b1. Yeah.
Yeah.
And against 20 minutes, we thought this could be annoying because the rook actually gets to b7 and it becomes.
Why can't I go knight b6? Ah, knight c5. Okay.
Yeah, then knight c5 and you get slightly cramped.
No, I mean the point is I didn't recheck this file today. I didn't expect Magnus to go for h5. So, I mean, I had rechecked it a few times already, so I remembered the basics. But and then I tried, to play according to my memories, and that's always a bad idea. And bishop g3 was interesting as well. But there I was concerned about b6, knight g5, rook h6, f4, rook g6. And
black might even take on g5 at some point.
Yeah, well, it's not needed because I don't have any f5.
No,
so.
I think this is good.
But yeah, bishop e5. Yeah, probably I should go bishop d6. I mean,
and now
we thought the worst was over for you, but
no, it's for sure. I mean, b5 is not even necessary. I can go rook h6 instead.
Yeah, but I mean, if I get this pawn on b7.
Yeah, but then I go a5, a4.
Yeah, maybe.
I think it should be alright, but then I thought, well, okay, b5 is simpler. This is gonna be. I thought this is gonna be over soon. Rook e8 is just absolutely ridiculous.
Yeah, rook e8 is not a very good.
No, that is.
Yeah, rook h6 should be played, and I mean here already I had given up most of my ops. But
yeah,
yes,
no, I mean there's no reason I should be suffering here.
Yeah,
no, I mean rook e8 is just a very childish trap. Yeah, but to get bishop d6, king g8, knight e6, rook h6.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And yeah, I mean here of course there's another childish trap where I cannot go king g2 because of bishop g4. Pawn takes rook e3. Yeah. But after king f2, things are pretty bad. So bishop c8. Here I don't know if I should arrive with bishop g3.
Okay, you can go rook a8, but then I go king h7. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
And, I didn't see how you can strengthen your position.
Yeah, something like this. But yeah, I mean here.
This also looked quite promising.
Yeah, rook d6. I mean rook d6. I just blundered bishop a5. I was lucky to have this shit.
But after bishop e6,
even here,
it's just unpleasant. I mean,
very unpleasant.
Because this rook on h6 is completely misplaced.
Bishop d2, rook goes to.
I don't know. Yeah, that's the whole point.
Maybe
no, this is actually quite
h6, then you have knight e4.
Yeah, so
objectively, it says rook d6 is the best move in the position.
Yeah, so rook d6 is pretty good.
Because if not bishop a5, then I'm sort of.
Rook d8, rook e8. Yeah, and I mean I missed bishop g4, but because I was only expecting this, and there I have plenty of options. But rook a6 was looking really good for me.
Yeah, well, you definitely have some pressure there.
Well, I mean,
yeah, maybe I should probably do something like f6.
Yeah.
And just
because knight is okay. Maybe knight e7 you can still do bishop b4, and just give up this pawn now because bishop d5. This could be really bad.
Okay, rook d6.
Yeah, and I don't know. I was trying to find a win, which there might not be, but something like rook e8, then knight e4.
Yeah.
Well, I mean,
this is not very pleasant anymore.
Yeah, but bishop g4 was just coming out of the blue, and I mean, of course, I can save my pawn, but.
Yeah, after rook a4, you need to start switching to. I mean, knight f3,
to draw mods, yeah.
No, knight f3, knight g5. You're kind of still pressing a little bit. I mean, the pawn gets lost, but you get a better version because maybe you pick up on f7.
No, if I pick up on f7, then it's dangerous because if I pick all the pawns, it might actually be winning. I'm not sure, but
I'm not sure what's wrong with f6 here, but for some reason it goes rook c4 and then knight g5, rook c2, and g6.
No, but f6 is pretty good move, I guess.
Yeah,
Knight D2, man.
maybe knight d2 is the reason it doesn't play this, but yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, you get these pawns holding. I mean, it's not sure what I'm doing.
I don't know. Yeah.
Yeah, maybe it was the better try, but okay. I mean, I still thought I had some ideas there, but yeah, after rook b3, no, I cannot really go. I mean,
Yeah,
I can,
should
but
still do this. And rook g1, and now. Well, I don't have any moves, but probably you don't have any ideas either.
yeah, I mean,
Because when I get the knight to f5, then I'm very, very safe.
yeah, that's true. But king g8 next. I
Yeah,
mean,
king g8.
I don't know what I'm.
No, I thought knight has to come to d4 and then take the pawn. So let's say rook, I don't know, b7.
Yeah. Yeah, maybe.
Yeah, king g8 is kind of the only move here.
Yeah. No, I know, but it's a good one. So
Okay, knight d4, I can just push.
yeah, or even rook d1.
D1.
I mean, yeah, go back to it too, but okay, it's fairly little. And then yeah, I mean, I was playing for the sake of it because I knew that Magnus would definitely play it against me with whites. And with good reason, of course. But yeah, after the knight gets to f5, there's not much I can really do.
So any serious feeling of a missed opportunity, or do you think the balance was not really?
Well, I don't know, but I mean, first of all, I could definitely have remembered better what I was supposed to do, because the position is definitely very dangerous after knight d5. And second thing is, I mean, I missed bishop takes g4. I just thought, you know, Magnus has 3 minutes on the clock, and after bishop a5, if he has to play bishop e6, I have definitely serious chances of winning. But yeah, still it was never really so easy. So, you know, I tried, I fought, but Magnus is tough.
Yeah, that's a fair description. You're probably reasonably happy with how it turned out, I guess, yeah?
Yeah, no, I figured pretty early that that I was gonna be in for a long day. Again, then I got out of it. I made one really, really poor move, and after that, yeah, I was lucky that it wasn't even worse than it was.
Yeah, so 3 rounds to go, different venue, and the situation is still kind of, you know, nothing much seems to be changing in the standings, apart from more and more people getting to +1. Yeah, so
yeah, that's good for me. Well, to be on +2, but impressed by Harry.
Yeah,
the way he's playing the French seems.
Yeah, even better than the knight off.
Yeah,
long forgotten opening. So
no, it's like, but clearly Anish is in poor shape. But even by the way he was playing yesterday, like I played pretty badly yesterday, but he played. I mean, he played even worse. So
yeah, and still got away with it.
Yeah, he did.
Yeah,
but.
Yeah, and
so
in general, I'm quite happy with how I fared. Also, I mean, I definitely had opportunities in basically all of my white games, so I should really have capitalized on that. Now I'm playing Gary after the rest day, so we'll see how it goes, but it will be interesting for sure.
It should be an exciting finish. Huh?
For sure. I mean,
you have another El Clasico coming up.
Yeah, I mean, I have a couple of whites, so I'm looking to the future with confidence for sure. But yeah, it's not going to be easy.
Sure. Okay. Thanks for all that, and
yeah,
goodbye.
Thanks.
Welcome to the very exciting last 3 minutes of the show, where we do talk about the standings and the pairings of round number 7, because there is a rest day tomorrow, and people have also decided that this place was a little too noisy, so we're moving into a concert hall, which should be a big improvement for round 7, day after tomorrow. Which pairing are we looking forward to? Grandelius Li Chao, Hari Krishna, MVL, Carlsen Kramnik.
Yeah, those two seem to be very, very interesting and very tasty. But there's also Topalov Giri to look forward to see if maybe Veselin repeats his 3H4 against the Grunfeld, and
Doubt it.
Yeah, probably not, but who knows.
Then we have Aronian against Elyanov. Both guys at 50% have to win a game to join the fight for first place.
An interesting situation where half the field is in plus. You generally don't get that many people in plus in tournaments like this.
No, I blame Niels, who's having a rough time score-wise, but his spirit seems completely unbroken. He's still enjoying himself, playing exciting games.
That was nice to see that he still felt good about life despite struggling with black here, frankly. And very interesting finish on the cards here with Magnus half a point ahead of 4 people.
Yeah, so the score is Carlsen 4 out of 6, MVL, Topalov, Hari Krishna and Vladimir Kramnik all on 3.5. Then Levon Aronian and Pavel Elyanov on 50% really have to catch some speed if they want to join.
Yeah, I made a reference to it just now when I was speaking to Magnus at MVL, but Carlsen against Kramnik is another one of those sort of long-standing rivalries that will be very interesting to watch, and an important game in the context of the tournament standings. And in round 8, Magnus has black against Levon, another game. I think most of their games end in draws, but they are hard-fought draws.
No, there's been a lot of bloodshed between these two as well.
But I mean, they have a very, very healthy respect for each other, and those are very interesting games. And then he is white against Pavel Elyanov in round 9, I believe, right?
That is all correct.
So 2 games between sort of long-standing opponents, and a game against a sort of a relative newcomer at this level. 2 of them with white. As Magnus said, he feels quite confident. He's still ahead of the field. 2 whites out of the last 3, but the field is very, very close together, and many things can happen.
We shall see. Join us the day after tomorrow, 4 p.m. Central European Time, for more action, including...
We could potentially have very interesting cinematic news for you by that point, or not.
Up to you, sir. Embrace the night, people.